Hey, afternoon everybody. Whoa, my camera's gone up. My camera's a bit drunk. Looks like my leg of my tripod's let go for some reason. Let me see if I can alter that a minute. What's going on here? Equipment failure. That's better. That's better. Yeah, that's better. I thought everything was looking a bit strange. Right, we've got a few in already. Derek's in. Morning, Derek. Mr. Man Cave, straight in with a tenner super chat. Thank you very much, mate. Timothy Can. Hi, Timothy. Matamble. Good morning to you. Morning. Morning, Matamble. Tis afternoon here. Late afternoon. Basking in 3 degrees, -7 from a Matamble. Flipping out, that's cold. Michael Hyde, I'm Michael. Mac Vision, afternoon to you. Paul Drake, good afternoon. Afternoon, Nick. Patronics, Russie. Russie's got a light blue, or is it a turquoise badge now? Rob Titheridge, afternoon, Rob. Lee, hi Lee. Luigi, how are you, mate? Cold but pleasant Sunday in France. I expect you got the same weather as us, Luigi, I expect. Sylvain. Oh, Blokey. Cheers, Steve. Thanks for joining us, mate. Thomas, -5.5. God, we got it easy, really, haven't we? Thomas Howe, good afternoon to you, mate. Cymap, hi Cymap. Mike Cass, hi Mike. ZX Harvey. It is a nice looking FRG actually. Done a few of these. Hi David. Playing with an old frog today. Oh yeah, yes, that's the nickname for FRGs is frogs. Seem to have got my window in shot. I think I've zoomed out a bit, haven't I? Oh well, I'll sort it out. Matamble madness once more. Afternoon, Colin. Mr. Man Cave, unexpectedly invited to lunch with a friend. Popping in and out. Whoa, unexpected, Sean. Pardon me. David Tag, hi David. I think I might have said hi already. 80. Afternoon to 80. And Danish native. Evening for you, Thomas, is it? Mick McGinn. It's the camera. What's that, Matamble? What's the camera? Afternoon, Moti. Rob. Rob's radio channel. Thank you very much, Rob. Hopefully you've all subscribed to Rob. And that was pretty sad, wasn't it, losing Absolute Radio this week. I know Rob and a few others did videos on that. So, yeah, bit of history there. But, yeah, real shame to lose that off of medium wave. But there we go. That's just the way of the world, isn't it, at the moment? All cheap cost cutting, isn't it? Jazz. Welcome, Jazz. Luigi. Thanks, Luigi. I can't see you, Harvey. No, I can't see you. I can see you coming up on the screen as ZX841 ZTV, but there is no picture of you on here, which is surprising, isn't it? Just a Union Jack, Harvey. Benji's in. Benji's in. Good stuff. You thought the house was sloping. Yeah, I know. What happened is the tripod had fallen over. One of the legs had let go. I must have knocked it when I was there editing the video earlier. And it's moved. It's very close to the other camera. You can't see it, but it's really, really close. And it also knocked the light as well. So I had this cable here was hanging in the frame. That's why I knew something was wrong. Because that's normally tucked away. But there you go. Gavin, afternoon, mate. John, hi John, how you doing, mate? Frost has finally given up in Northumberland. No, Absolute Radio's gone, Mick. Real shame, isn't it? Afternoon, Les. How are you? What are we working on today? Did you not see the notification, Rob? How did you know I was on? Rusty's got a 101 ZD on the bench, doing your head in at the moment. Same sort of era, I guess. Les is the man for that, Rusty. Les is an expert on those. Les is the oracle on the 101 ZD. The camera been drinking. Yeah. 9 a.m. there, Thomas. Wow. Michael Rick, afternoon, Michael. Andrew Little Boy, how you doing, mate? Paul Drake, hi, Paul. I did think you popped in earlier, Paul, actually, so apologies if I missed you, mate. Robert Head, good afternoon, Robert, and Andy Beck. We've got pretty much a full house. You wasn't. You've been busy with other things. You wasn't been looking at my channel today. You wasn't, Rob. Ha! You must have been, Rob. You wouldn't have seen a notification. It's liar, liar, pants on fire. But yeah, no, Rob did a video this week on Absolute Radio closing down on his, I'm trying to think which one it was, RP25A, I think, Rob, wasn't it? And I was going to ask who was responsible last week for naming the goats? Come on, own up. Who was responsible for naming the goats after the Hacker brothers last week? Because we have named goats now, don't we? We have an H and an R, don't we? Who was it suggested naming them? H and R. Let's get you down. Show you the evidence. So we branded these. Can you remember last week branding these H and R? So whose idea was that? So you got a notification when I went live, Rob. That's good. It's normally about 2 o'clock on a Sunday. It might have been Penguin, you think, Steve? Well, he's here. He's here. He's not happy because he's there. Look, he's there. You know, these are his friends. We've misnamed them, haven't we? We've misnamed them. What's the history on the frog? It's come in for service, David. And basically he wants me to give it a good overhaul and do whatever needs doing to it. So there is some things that you've got to do to the frogs, but I believe it's mostly working, but we'll see. Yeah, we'll have to rewind. We'll have to rewind Matamble, won't we? Les is saying it was good to hear the history of broadcasting on 247 meters. 70 years. Yeah, because it wasn't Absolute Radio originally, was it? I've also got an FRG-7700 for sale. They're great, really, really good receivers, to be fair. If I had came across a non-working one for a reasonable price, I think I would probably pick one up. It's a really good quality receiver. It's a nightmare to fix, though, I can tell you that. If one's not working, they can be a real headache. Must have been Sean or Harvey. Yeah, I think so. Penguin's ear. I know. Mrs. Cruncher has actually put his box in the loft and he's still here. I started as a light program, Les, then Radio 1. Right, what was I going to do? Yes, so let's have a look here then. So this is Wikipedia, Dynatron Radio Look, which is where the Hacker brothers came from. But the Hacker brothers were Ron and Arthur, not Ron and Harry. Harry was the father, look. I'm sure you can read that. If not, I'll go in a bit further. So the rights to the Dynatron name are currently held by Roberts Radio, look. But the Hacker brothers were Ron and Arthur. And the father's name was Harry. So it's Ron and Arthur. So we need to amend it. It needs to be Ron and Arthur, not Ron and Harry. So who was guilty? Who was guilty of misnaming the goats? Do we know? Just catching up. 13HN870. The 7700 is better than the 8800. I believe it is supposed to be. Paul, how are you, mate? I bet you had a great time in Tuscany, didn't you? Robert Head. Welcome to the Rangers, Robert. Welcome, mate. Mrs. Cruncher, she's still not 100%, Thomas, to be fair. She's still not 100%. But she's a lot better. She is back to work now anyway. Easy enough to change the H to an A. I know, but it's sacrilege, isn't it, Steve? Oh, it was Hacker and Roberts, Lee, was it? Was it now? Oh. I don't think I drunk much last week, did I? Ah, okay. Sergey, how are you, mate? 7-3 to you. F4, French, Sergey. Yeah, she's on the mend. Sounds good, Paul. Died during the week with COVID. How? So we think this is Hacker and Roberts, do we? Not Harry and Reg. Ron, even. When you said, I bet you had a great time in Tuscany, I thought you said, I bet you had a great time in custody. It's my accent. I don't know if Paul's been in custody or not in Tuscany. Custody in Tuscany. That's a mouthful, isn't it? 3 radios to restore from the flea markets. Very nice, Paul. To let us know what they are. Right. Okay. I'll forgive you all then. So they're actually Hacker and Roberts, are they? Oh, I don't know. I think Arthur and Ron would be better, wouldn't they? Yeah, we'll leave them, shall we, as Hacker and Roberts then? To have a name badge, didn't they, really? Instead of a bell. Anyway, there's Mr. Penguin. Look, he's there waiting because he knows there's beer coming. He knows, don't you? Yeah. It's beer time, Mr. Penguin. You ready? Nothing exciting today, unfortunately, people. You know, we're on a budget and all the rest of it, like everybody at the moment. So we're going with, here you are, Penguin. Grab hold of that, mate. Yeah, that's it. You got the beer ready. You got the glass ready. So I'm going with this one. I've had this a few times. It's really reasonably priced. I think it's £1.10 a bottle, which is pretty good, isn't it? And incidentally, I did try that 25 pence a can Asda bitter in the fridge, and it was okay. It was drinkable. If you're not drinking anything else and you've got nothing to compare it with, then it's fine. It's fine. So let's catch up. Link to the Deca schematics. Yeah, SciMap was after some schematics for a Deca. Was it a tape deck? SciMap? $1.99 they are. Bush VTR. Very nice. Which VTR though? The VTR is at 108. Telefunken. Good stuff. And a Philips Volv radio. Good stuff. You know Sean would like to rule Roberts out. Just a bar across the top of the H to make an A then. Benji, what's he been mining? Dids, good afternoon. No finger, unfortunately, Dids. He's happy, isn't he, Thomas? Yes, a DC 1100 tape deck. So if anybody's got some of that, then if anyone's got a copy of that schematic, then if you send it to me, I'll forward it on to SciMap. Yeah, I think it's a VTR. Is it 108 or 103? I can't remember now. It could be a 103. I've got one just out there, but I haven't put it back together yet. Fixed it, but didn't do it. That's a great radio. That's in this sort of case, isn't it, Paul? That sort of case. Is that the one? Because they did a lot of VTRs, Bush. It wasn't just these. Penguin, can we have the beer then? What do you think? Yeah, no finger in me today, unfortunately. Get off! Get off! Oh, do you see that? It got aggressive then. Ringwood, yeah, it is. It's Ringwood Brewery. That's down your neck of the woods, John, isn't it? And I've had John's Grundig Yacht Boy back again. Oh dear, that's the third time I've seen it. Bad, really. I should have sorted it all out in the first go, but had distortion on AM, so me and Les spent the afternoon yesterday having a play about with it, and discovered it was the AGC pot that was wrongly. I think it's wrongly. What's the word? It's not right in the manual. It's better to do it by ear, because if you set it by the manual, I think you've got to have 1.3 volts across a resistor, which I did. I set it all up and I left it at that. It sounded fine to me, but John's got a few of these sets and he tested it at home, and it was a bit distorted on AM. So took us a while to work out that was the issue, but it's done and it's sorted. So I'm just going to give that one a test out this week, and then John can have it back again. More beers, thank you, Rob. I need beer funds. I can tell you. Put some fish in Penguin's tankard. Yeah, nice radio that, Paul. They are very nice, very well made. Grundig. Not keen on Grundig, certainly. Gotta say though, if you've had a yacht boy, you'll know that they do sound really, really good. And it wasn't really until I compared it to my yacht boy that I noticed a difference, because it sounded fine to me when I first switched it on. It sounded great, but when I put mine on, I thought, yeah, no, there is definitely a difference there. So it's all done. Let me go back to John again. But yeah, it's a bit tricky trying to read the schematics. That's where Les comes in. Les is the master of schematics. Les is the brains, I'm the brawn. That's right, Les, isn't it? Not worked on many Grundigs. You got it for €5. That's a hell of a cheap. They're normally up near 3 figures here, Paul, for VTR. Yeah, Les is a big fan of the yacht boys. It does sound really good. And I've pretty much finished. Well, I've done a couple of things. I've sorted out the switchboard on the RPC1, the Hacker Cassette Sovereign. Can you remember the one that Harvey won? Harvey's Vintage Audio. Khaled, how are you, mate? Egypt, very nice. Welcome, mate. Oh, the Grundig was 5, the VTR was 14. I think you said it was Telefunken, Paul, or have you got a Grundig as well? Confusing me. You're confusing me now, Paul. So Razorback, exceptionally refreshing amber craft ale, and it ain't bad, to be fair. Very reasonable. The Banks' bitter is less than £1 for a bottle now, but yeah, that Asda £1 for 4 cans in the fridge. It was okay. It was okay. I'm going to say that. It was okay. Telefunken, no worries, Paul. Similar thing as German, isn't it? So I think we're going to say bye to Penguin. We're going to have a look at this this cracking little radio. I'll say little radio. It's not a little radio, is it, really? But it is in pretty good nick. There's a couple little things. There's a couple little cracks on it I might have a go at fixing. There's one on the corner here, but it is in great nick. I think it's been dropped though at some stage. Because one other issue with it is it's got no feet, and we'll look at that in a minute. So yeah, I've just noticed the top corner here is cracked. It looks like it's been pushed in that way. Looks like it's had a whack there. It's cracked that corner, and that one's cracked actually. And I also noticed they've got a hairline crack in the handle here as well, one of them. Yeah, one of these bits of handle plastic's got a little hairline crack in it. That's possibly done in the post, I don't know. Jess, how are you, mate? You're back from a 4-hour drive and you're a bit confused. Thanks for joining us, Paul, after such a long trip. So let's prop this up a little bit because we got no feet. Hopefully you can see that. Let's get it forward a bit more. I'd like to keep it all in shot if I can. So let's turn it on first and see what's happening, I think. So it's got a built-in speaker. These do sound really nice. Nice big case, decent speaker. It's got a separate tone control around here. So it does sideband, lower sideband, upper sideband. It's got narrow, medium and wide AM filters as well, which is really good. Let's say it's got FM, which is unusual. A lot of these sets never had FM. A lot of HF receivers didn't have FM because there wasn't really a lot on FM. on the HF bands. The only thing I suppose that's of note, pardon me, is the 11 meter and 10 meter bands which use FM. A 50 meters does as well, but that's, no, 6 meters I mean, but that's not on this one. It's 0 to 30 megs basically. It's not great right down the bottom end, so if you're expecting this to be a long wave DXing radio, it works, but then, you know, there's a lot better. Thanks, Les. You're a liar though, Les. I'm not that clever. I ain't that clever. Yeah, you're the man. Like I say, I'm the brawn. You're the clever one, Les. Yeah, Penguin's still here, Jess. He's living the life. No, I don't think it is. Let me just show you the feet. Look. Let me show you the feet situation. Let's turn it this way up so I'm not resting on the handle. So I don't know if you can see this, but you can see where the feet were. Is it going to focus? Yeah, let's get these out of the way. It doesn't like that, does it, at all? But if you look up the top here, can you see? I don't know why my camera's decided to hunt focus. Can you see this here? If I turn it around, you'll probably see even more. So this has been dropped. It's been dropped down on its feet, and all 4 feet have been removed, which maybe they had it in a lot of amateurs like to build cubby holes, don't they, to put radios in, and you don't really want a radio with feet or a funny angle if you're putting it into a cubby hole. And I intend to do that over here with my amateur radio gear, which is looking a right mess at the moment. I want to build up a plywood sort of like a bookcase type thing with separate compartments for the radios, and space around the back basically as well, so as I can route all the wires, etc. So yeah, this is at a dink, and it's exactly the same on the bottom. This is a little bit like, you get the light, yeah, you can see that in the light. That one's the same, but as I say, that's easily knocked out, and I've actually managed to find some feet for it. Let's pop that back down there. Let's get the camera back down. So I'm using these blocks that Mr. Man Cave Workshop's friend made for Sean. Well, he made them for me, and Sean gave them to me as a gift. Very, very useful bit of kit, these. They're stepped, so you can either have them that way, or you can combine them into a square. But they're really useful for propping up radios. And they've got different heights, so if you want to get it a little bit higher. Very clever idea. I don't know if it's Sean that came up with the idea, or his mate Lee did, I'm not sure. But I had a surprise arrived a week or so ago. I had a surprise a week ago. And it says a giveaway from the Man Cave Workshop. And in here, we've got 2 of these blocks to give away. So, who would like to win those? So exactly the same. They fit together nicely like that, or like that. Very clever, isn't it, really? And it looks like these are made with plywood, bolted together. So I've got those to give away. So anyone would like to win those, then we'll have to work out what to do for the giveaway. Do we do another count the items in a jar? So thank you very much, Sean, if you're watching. I don't know, he said he had to shoot out to lunch now, so he's probably missed it. Yeah, Les has still got a bit of a cough left over from it. So yeah, they are very useful. You've seen me use them all the time. They're quite good for holding circuit boards as well and lifting stuff off the bench. So we'll maybe revisit that again at the end of the live, well, near the end of the live stream, and work out what we can do to give it away. But they are very good. They're handmade as well. It's not a mass production thing. They are made by Sean's mate Lee. So Lee, if you're watching, thank you very much, mate. Good idea. Great little idea. Right, getting back to the FRG-7700 then. So let's power it up. I've got a lead down here somewhere ready. Am I prepared? No, of course I'm not prepared. When am I ever prepared? No. Is this switched on? Oh, it's switched on. Oh, okay. So, fire in the hole. And as you can see, it works. The good thing is that display is moving when I turn this knob, because we've had, well, I've had lots of issues with the PLLs going out of lock on these for various reasons. So let me get an antenna sorted out a minute. Get a long wire. I am considering buying a loop antenna, a Wellbrook loop. So I'm wondering if anybody in here has got a Wellbrook loop and can tell me if that's going to be better than a long wire. I think they're lower noise, aren't they? So let me zoom out a little bit. I'll get this set up. Got rubber feet on it, so I can pop it on top there. If I can find me wire that goes with it, that's all the way around Penguin and everywhere. Franco. Same for the Kenwood R1000. Back to yes, they did make some great radios back then, didn't they? I think people had, well, manufacturers had bigger budgets and people must have had deeper pockets. So I'm using the ATU. I've got my long wire and a ground cable coming in. I'm going to connect up, hopefully, if that'll go in the hole. I don't have to connect it via the ATU, but I'm gonna stick it in the broadcast band slot in the back to start with. Actually, I suppose I ought to show you the back panel, didn't I, before I do that? Actually, let me pop the wires in and then I'll turn it around so you can have a look at the back panel. Ow, cool, that's stiff. I think that's in. Just get off the blocks. Let's turn it round. You can have a look at the back panel. So this is the business end down here. There we go. So you can see we've got an attenuator DX local attenuator. Let's go up a little bit higher. Unusual that it's got 234 volts on there. That's a bit precise, isn't it? So this is the antennas up here. So we've got shortwave and BC, which is broadcast. So I could put that wire in there and use it for both, but it works better in just the broadcast for the lower bands. This is medium wave, long wave. There's a mute. I'm not sure what that is. I think is that for recording off of it? I'm not 100% sure. I've never used a mute on it. And this particular set has got the DC adapter, which is an added extra. That doesn't come with the sets normally. That's available as a separate piece. Extension speaker hole, ACC, so it's an accessory port. And then we've got a remote. Oh, this is remote switching of it, by the looks of it. Again, I wouldn't mess with that personally, but some people use these sets remotely. In fact, you can tune remotely into some like mental amateur radio stations around the world now. There's quite a few that you can actually. I think you've got to buy a subscription or you've got to pay, but you can basically take over like an amateur radio station in the States, say, with a massive great array on the top of a huge tower, and basically you can use it for a day remotely. I've never tried it, but I've seen videos on it. It's very interesting. All right, let's turn it back around again. Knocking everything over. Prop it up. Oh, it's for the FRG-7700, is it? Yeah, there is a few accessories you can get for this. And I've got the I've got a copy of the user's manual here. I think it does tell you what accessories you can buy for it. They always like you to buy more, don't they? Yeah, so there's oh, they had a what's YR901, not sure what that is. A monitor TV. That allows you to view it on the... I really didn't know they did all that, really. They must have accessories here somewhere. Available options. Memory unit. So this one hasn't got the memory unit on it. The memory unit's a separate module that plugs into the back of it. This one hasn't got a memory module. That can be a cause of problems, as we found with Clint's from Oxford Shortwave Log. Spent a long time troubleshooting that. And it says what accessories are available. Extender feet with pads. I've got any feet. But yeah, there's the FRV, I think there's an FRT, isn't there, with it as well, an antenna tuner you could get. Just trying to see if it's got any of the other options. These manuals are really good. I mean, this is proper old school manual, because this actually tells you how to do an alignment on it. So you've got block diagrams, you've got PLL block diagram, which is invaluable because this is the part that goes wrong on these things. And you've got maintenance and alignment. This is just the user's manual, so you won't find that in a user's manual these days, will you? But yeah, there were some other accessories available for it. I think actually they're in this. This is what I would call the Bible for the FRG-7700. You can download this online from foxtango.org, and we'll have a look at that site in a bit. Because this is purely for this receiver. It's quite a thick book, but it does go into a lot of the accessories. This is by Wim Penders, Papa Alpha Zero, Papa Golf Alpha. Wim Penders, clever chap. So I'm sure it goes into the schematics for the other parts. Maybe not. It might be in the service manual. So there's a DMU, that's the memory unit that goes on the back. An FRG-7700 A and C type. Here we go. Here we are. So yeah, you can get all these different accessories that go on it. You've got FRG-7700, which is an antenna tuner. FRA-7700 active antenna. I should have bought that. I had a chance to buy one of these at the British Vintage Wireless Society. It wouldn't bus it. Now I went over to sort of ask him about the price, and he wanted quite a lot for that. I think he had it up for about 85 quid. I said that's a bit too much for me, but I'd come back later. Anyway, when I came back later to make him an offer, he'd already packed up, so I had to leave it. Active antenna, I've never seen one of those. There's also a VHF converter, FRG-7700, which I've never seen. I know Clint's got a couple modules for this. So the FRG VHF converter converts it up into the, well, basically it goes to 118 to 170 meg, so it depends which model you've got. Okay, so there's 6 different models. So model B was the most popular because it covers 6 meters, 2 meters, and the VHF airband. Oh, that would be useful, wouldn't it? Airband listening on an FRG-7700. Well, a separate tuner. I mean, I've got a separate tuner here, look, but this doesn't match the set. The proper Yaesu tuner matches the set. It's probably better made than this thing, to be honest. This is a very nice tuner. These are not cheap. You can't. I don't think they make these anymore. So really, if you want one of these ATUs, you're going to have to buy a second-hand one. I think Rob's picked one up actually. Yeah, Clint is the guy, yeah. Oxford shortwave log, Russie. So loop area is good on the lower frequency bands, far less noise. What's it like on the HF bands though? I've missed loads of stuff here. You purchased an MFJ 1886 loop and it works really well. Nick's loop is much better than a wire. Rob's ordered one of these. He's ordered the AT1000, which is the one just before this one, but same unit really. You use a Wellbrook loop, Gavin, do you? I've heard they are really good. I know Clint's done a lot of videos on them. I've looked at some of them. Yeah. Just catching that muter so your transmitter can mute the receive. Oh, okay. So you connect it up to use it as a transmitter, with a transmitter. I suppose you'd use it for one of the old, like the Z101, 101Z. You got a tuner with yours, Rolf, have you? Very nice. You have the 2 meter down converter. Have you, Harvey? Have you got one of these, Harvey? Have you? It's not so good on, well, not so good on HF, Les. Andrew Pitts, how are you, mate? You have the FRG-7700 tuner. It's very good. Pay €20. That's a bargain, isn't it? Anyway, we've got the tuner lined up. Let's power it up. Can you hear? We've got a very noisy mode selection switch. So over here's our selector. So we want to go to 0. One there. So let's see if we can get. Oh, it needs to be in. It's not even lined up right, this one. Radio 4 on 198.
Mr. Hawkins, who actually later became the voice of the Daleks too.
Dancing and singing in their flower pot voices. Spots and stripes, stripes and spots. Look at this beauty.
Sharing his memories with us today is animator extraordinaire Nick Park, creator of Wallace and Gromit and Shaun the Sheep. And like me, Nick was an avid viewer of Bill and Ben. Bill and Ben is one of my first childhood experiences.
Who can remember Bill and Ben?
Really.
Oh, the tone is
when I was about 3 or 4 years old.
Dodgy as well.
And I just remember them and just loved them from the start. You know, the way they spoke to each other. That lovely oddle puddle language. Yes, that language always made us laugh as kids.
So we're in wide AM at the moment because Radio 4 is quite wide.
Like Gromit and Shaun the Sheep. Were you going back to that sort of tradition of nonsense language or no language at all? When I first was planning the very first Wallace and Gromit film back at film school, Gromit had a mouth and he was going to talk and repeat everything that Wallace said. And I think directly influenced by Bill and Ben, I went to Peter Hawkins and
Niall Lacey, the management team of
Ireland
Shamrocks have guided their club, their parish, to their 9th All-Ireland Cup title. Amazing achievement. They are the greatest club in terms of hurling history. 1991, 1981 I should say, 1984, 1990, 2007, 2010, 2015, 2019, 2020, 2022.
Remarkable, and look, what a club Ballyhale Shamrocks have been over the years, and what a particular team this is, you know, to win 3 out of 4 All-Ireland. Heartbroken here last year.
That's very good.
Marty, you know, Harry Rudden. Spectacular.
Should be coming into medium wave now.
And then De Bruyne doesn't have the option to pick his head up. They're all split-second decisions that you've got to make in a football game, and ultimately it can lead to a moment of brilliance from De Bruyne, or it can change and something else can happen. But it's very, very difficult to stop him, Steve, because how many years have we been watching Kevin
So I don't know if you
De
can
Bruyne
see there, but by messing with the antenna tuner, I can
stop that quality, because he will ultimately
peak the signal or null out any noise. You see the needle moving down here?
Might not be saying that at half-time. I mean, if he's anything like he is at 1-0 than he was at 0-0.
Yeah, he'll be angry with certain situations because he'll feel that they need to be better on the ball, they need to be calmer on the ball, and I think he's right. It's great. The position that we have here at the Etihad, you see it. You see the spaces, and you're able to pick out the spaces. when you've got a player running towards you in your face, seeing those spaces is
Ganesh, how are you, mate?
And I mentioned Semedo, who's played at Barcelona, played at the Camp Nou for how many
very
years?
Nice, Harvey.
He's finding it very difficult under that pressure to play out from the back.
Weed.
Lopetegui's got every right to be frustrated. It's a different matter when you're on the pitch.
Stephen, Vicky, thank you for the time being. So if City go on to win the game, they would go 2 points behind Arsenal.
I remember one time when they both came to Ireland to present their work and to talk to us about it. And, they went to Istanbul to
Hello, Carter. Hi, GT Jeff.
I remember I was the first coach handing me a failure packet. He dropped it. So I actually have dropped a failure. Quite literally.
Billy Idol.
Is what separates the two teams thus far, Steve. The goal came after 10 minutes. Robert Snodgrass floated in a really dangerous free kick. It was poorly cleared by the hosts, and it fell at the feet of the former Preston forward, and he just rifled it beyond the goalkeeper, David Marshall, to give it 1-0. Hibs have hit the post, unfortunately.
And see our terms and conditions at arnoldpark.com. The Sunday session on Talksport with Car Finance 24/7. Get your finance sorted first, then choose your car. Search Car Finance 24/7 today. We will dominate and commentate. Dominate and commentate.
Okay, let's move up to 1 meg band. Let's go back a bit. So I think Absolute have still got a broadcast going, well, a message going out on 12:15, haven't they?
Radio is no longer available on this frequency. There are a number of good reasons we've made this change, and you can find out all the information on our website. The address is absoluteradio.co.uk/listen. That's also the webpage to go to find out about all the different ways you can keep listening to Absolute Radio.
It's a shame, innit?
absoluteradio.co.uk/listen. Thanks for listening to Absolute Radio, and we hope you'll keep listening on digital radio, on the free Absolute Radio app, or ask your smart speaker to play Absolute Radio.
For Bill and Ben. It's a bit noisy because of the lights and everything in here.
Radio is no longer available on this frequency. We're no longer broadcasting on AM, but it's easy to keep listening to Absolute Radio. Digital radio is free and can work in your car or van too. There are all sorts of adapters and connectors you can use, and you can find out more about these at absoluteradio.co.uk/listen. And of course, there's the free Absolute Radio app. Just download it to your phone and get all the Absolute radio stations plus lots more. And again, you can easily use Bluetooth or plug your device into the auxiliary input in your car radio. So, just a reminder, Absolute Radio is no longer available on this frequency. There are a number of good reasons we've made this change, and you can find out all the information on our website.
The Etihad, the draw is 19-2, and Wolves are as big as 50-1 over on the sportsbook. At Leeds and Brentford, Leeds are 15-8 for the victory. Brentford are 5-2, and pre-match the draw was 5-2. It's now 13-10.
Right, so that's medium wave and long wave. Let's have a look up in the amateur bands. So let's go to, let's have a think. Let's go 1400. So 1400 is going to be upper sideband, 14 megs. Let's put that on 14 megs.
Radio 7, Kilo Bravo Bravo 59. Thank you, you're dead.
It's Russia, isn't it?
Italy 1, Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie. K8 Yankee Delta Papa. K8 Yankee Delta Papa, Francesco 59. 59 per te, ciao. Ciao, sono 3, you're dead. Italy 1, Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie, QRZ.
Oh, Italy. That's Italy, isn't it?
Delta Hotel 1, Oscar Alpha Delta 59. TQ 73, QRZ.
That's working well, isn't it?
Fox. Delta Fox, Lima Alpha, your number? Your number, Delta Fox, what is your number? Delta Fox, Lima Alpha, complete your call.
It's getting stroppy. That's strong. What was that one we just had?
Victoria Uniform Zero, Juliet India Whiskey 59. Ok, grazie, ciao, QRZ.
Echo Foxtrot 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Echo Florida 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, QRZ.
Very good, isn't it?
Echo Foxtrot 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Echo Florida 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, QRZ. Echo Foxtrot 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Echo Florida 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, QRZ.
Where's that then? Was it Whiskey Florida?
Again. Papa Alpha 4, Papa Bravo Oscar, yourself? Okay, Peter, you are 5 and 9. Thank you very much. Good luck. Echo Foxtrot 2, Whiskey Radio, Tango Charlie.
Echo Foxtrot, is that Spain?
Echo Foxtrot 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Echo Florida 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, QRZ.
Theo, how you doing, mate? Cheers, Theo.
Echo Foxtrot 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie. Echo Florida 2, Whiskey Radio Tango Charlie, QRZ.
So we might get something on the 40 meter band. Let's have a look. That needs to be around about 7 megs. That's a lower side band. Data. Hang on, we need to change this now.
Charlie.
That's quite weak. Yeah, that's... Yeah, there's not many strong stations on them. Let's go to a bit of AM then. So let's go AM narrow, medium. This knob's all over the shop, so that's supposed to be FM there, where you can't see it because I'm out of shot. Wide, medium, AM is there, right. So we should get something up in the high end of this band.
مثال روزاوی کردستان اینیشیاتیف گل یه هر مقصد لهمبر تجدید الإمرالي دست به کمپانیای امضا کرد. کمپانیا و حتی 15 سباق بدولار. اینجی که حتی دنیوارم براترین.
That one's fading quite a bit. It'll be a lot better when it's darker, I expect.
Hangi araç kiralama şirketinin tüm pilotu yetkili servis bakımlı? Cevap tek. Migros'ta indirimler için yeşil ışık yandı. Şimdi onlarca kategorideki yüzlerce...
Not sure what that is. Yori Tori, how are you, mate? Smash robots. It's Spain.
Con suspense incluido para el triunfo de un Villarreal que afrontaba este partido con muchas bajas. El gol sube, el partido acaba. Villarreal 1, Girona 0.
El Villarreal que con ese gol, nunca mejor dicho, totalmente al filo del tiempo añadido, se baja a los 31 puntos y empata con el Atlético de Madrid con 21, se queda el Girona. Luego lo resituamos todo, Juanfran, para abajo, porque seguro que va a haber mucho de sí esa zona mixta.
Sounds Spanish, is it?
Sen de bugün aynı deneyimi yaşayabilirsin. Gelirsen, adımlara bağırırsan suçun yükü ortadan kalkar ve benden İsa'ya geçer. İsa Mesih Tanrı kuzusu senin ve benim için. İsa'nın çarmıha gerildiğini de biliyoruz.
The Crackle, how you doing, mate?
Senin ve benim için döküldü. Onun kanı hayvanların kanından çok daha fazla. Anne yaptığı bütün melekler kurtuluşu miras alacaklara hizmet
etmek 10 years ago, after a friend did a house clearance of an old lady.
Vicdanınız arındırılabilir. Suçunuz
That was lucky, Crackle.
Ortadan kaldırılabilir.
It's a beauty.
Psikiyatristler bize suçluluk duygusunun insanların mutlu, neşeli, üretken insanlar olmalarını sağlayacak bir yaşam sürmekten.
Derek, how you doing, mate? Snow just about gone.
Suçluluk kaygı.
So China's up around here. So if we go to 12 megs and come back a bit.
El día va propicio para la familia blaugrana porque el equipo femenino.
节目类型之一，今年春晚导演都是下属的贡献。今年春晚的语言类节目包括相声、小品和脱口秀，都聚焦了社会热点和百姓生活，笑料十足，不仅引发观众共情共鸣。
Right. Okay. Well, I think we can say that safely is working. It just needs a bit of a service. So let's get everything unplugged, because these sets, even though they're switched off, they're still live inside. So never work on one of these sets with the mains plug still in the back. So take my antenna tuner out of the way. Well, actually, we weren't getting great reception there because I was still in the broadcast section. I wasn't in the shortwave section. Oh well. So we would have got even better reception if I'd been in the right antenna slot in the back, or using the PO259 or SO239. Whew, bit of a sweat on there. Okay, so these sets, they need a couple things doing. First of all, we need to get the top or the bottom off. Don't really need to take the top off unless we need to do any alignments, but I don't think we'll need to touch that. It sounds to be pulling in stations, no problem at all. So we're going to go to my new Japanese screwdrivers for this, because these are Japanese. They're made in Japan, these radios, by the Yaesu Munson Co. Limited. So a normal Phillips screwdriver will fit it, but it's not a very good fit. But this is absolutely perfect. Who knew that Japanese screwdrivers were a thing? I'm going to take all of the screws out. We'll take the top and the bottom off, and you can have a look at inside it then. I say I have done probably, I think this is about the 5th one that I've fixed. Why is my camera not focusing then? What's the matter with you, camera? What's your problem? What's stopping my camera from focusing? It's hunting for focus. I don't think it likes that case colour maybe. I don't know. And just carrying on taking these screws out. I'll take the handle off. So yeah, that one there's got a crack in it. That one's all right. Yeah, it's a hairline crack in this one, so I'm going to have to try and fill that with a... Well, not fill it, but just squeeze a little bit of that plastic glue in there just to weld it back together. That should hold it. Let's just leave that on. Let's pop this one off. Yeah, you can see how bent that is now, look, can't you? And that inside there's just the memory backup batteries if you've got the memory module fitted, which we haven't. So yeah, you can see that's pretty dented. But there's nothing, I can bang that out, no problem. I can bang that out. Survival guide, because it is a survival guide. It is a survival guide. So if anybody wants to follow along, let's just get the FRG. You don't need an expensive camera. Yeah, you can use your phone camera, but I think once you start making serious videos, you would get some decent camera gear. So let's get you onto the Fox Tango site a minute, then you can all download the manual and follow along, because we're going to do a bit of an alignment on this thing. So it's a Fox Tango. I think it's .org, isn't it? Yeah. I've got Rufox. What's Rufox Tango? Right, so it's foxtango.org, and you need to be on the FT manuals primary. So let's pop that in there for you. Battery maker Bill, how you doing, mate? Morning to you. You don't want to. Okay, so it says you have no 3 backup sites for download. So the section you want for this is the frogs receiver section, and you notice we've got a lot of frogs in here. It's got all the bits. It's got the active antenna, the ATU, and the VHF transverter in here as well. So this is the FRG 7700, but down here is the manual, service manual, and the survival guide. So if you click on the survival guide, it'll let you download that. It's 42 megabytes, so it's a big file, but yeah, well, there's an advert there. Let's have a quick look at the advert. Okay, it's just a front page of an advert for the FRG 7700. So there's a user manual, service manual, and the survival guide. I mean, the service manual is very good, as is the user manual, so you can follow along with any of those, really. I think the circuit diagram is just a separate diagram of just the circuit. Yeah, that's quite a good quality one as well. So if you have got to work on this thing, then that's the site you need to be on. So hopefully everybody's got that. Because we'll need to refer to that in a minute. You thought Bill's name was Mark. That's Bill, the battery maker. Everybody must be subscribed to Bill's channel, surely. Although Battery Maker Mark II, did you close your channel down, Bill, and open a new one? I can't remember now. You'll have to refresh our mind. Mrs. Cruncher's okay, Derek. She's still a little bit under the weather, to be honest. £100,000, £10,000 worth of video cameras. Well, no, that's not. I don't think I've got that much here. Danish. Right. This is the business end of the radio. It's going to be quite difficult to get you in, but let me think. What's the best angle for you? If I prop the front up a little bit with Sean's chocks, we still haven't worked out what we're going to do with those yet, but we are going to give them away. probably next week. We've got to be in it to win it, don't forget. So the main area of concern with these radios is over here. The power supply. So you can see we've got a transformer here. And don't worry, there's no mains capacitors in this thing. It's a transformer straight into a bridge rectifier down here, this little square thing you can see. Then through this filter cap. There's a little Zener diode in there. And a few other caps. Now this is the area that has the problems. Let's get you up a little. Can I get you? I might be able to stand it up on its back side here a minute. Get the light in. Oh, it says pulling all his boxes off the bench. There we go. So there's the power supply board there, look. So this is the board that we need to work on really, because we need to change this filter cap. This thing here, this bridge rectifier, gets really, really hot. It's only rated at 2 amps. So I always upgrade that to a better one. I think I've got 8 amp ones over there. These caps, I mean, that one looks like it's shrinking back a little bit. But it's only, what, four caps, 5 including that one. And the Zener diode down there, they go a little bit weird with age as well, so I always replace those. And one of the things with these sets, if you're working inside them, is all of this main stuff that you can see here. If I can find my pointery thing. All of this main stuff is exposed. All of this is mains voltage. You can easily touch any of this. Obviously I haven't got it plugged in now, but you can easily come across any of that. So I always put like a bit of bubble wrap over this section to stop me getting zapped by it. So basically what we'll do first of all, we'll check the voltages on this board. I'm out of shot now. We need to check the voltages on the connectors in this board. So you can see we've got 2 banks of connectors here. These. So we should have, I think, is 11 volts on 2 pins, and I think 13.5 on the others. So usually if you've got a problem with the radio, the first thing you come and do is check the voltages on this board. If you've downloaded that manual, you'll see that they're written in here. Just in here. So this basically tells you what voltages you should be looking at. So that first plug, the 2-pin one, is should be 11 volts on 1 pin, pin number 2. On the second one, we should have 13.5 volts, 11 and 13.5, with the ground being the end one. So we need to get it back into some sort of order here. So this side of the radio is the most problematic. This big board here you can see is the PLL board. This is the PLL in this section, where basically it runs right the way through. VCO1, this is the other secondary VCOs. And then we've got some output filtering before it goes into the RF side of the board on the other, which is on the bottom of the radio. And you can just see lurking down there, that's the FM board. So we've got FM, or PLL is in this section, with the VCOs, and the, say, power supply over here. We don't need to do anything with the transformer. I suppose if that transformer did go, you should better get another one. And it's not really, I've never really found any really bad capacitors in these, so you don't really need to change them unless something goes wrong. Or you can see an obvious bulging cap, or one where it's got hot and the plastic covering shrunk back on it. Ben, how you doing, mate? Andy Tobin, hi Andy, they're all popping in. We're itty bitty, but we've been around since 1971. Indiana Historical Radio Society. And Bill does the newsletter, which is always very impressive. Right. Let's get set up. So we need to have the radio upside down. I could probably get you in on the overhead camera, save me messing about with this one too much. I wonder what you can see on the overhead camera. Oh, that's bright. So bright. There we go. That's better. You can see right in the guts of it now. You should be able to see that a lot better. There we are. So that's a power supply. So you can see. Let's alter the light around a little bit. Yeah, hopefully you can see the components of that a bit better now. So say this square thing here is the bridge rectifier, filter cap. We've got some diodes in here that to do with the voltage output. This one is where we should have 11 volts on that pin. That one's ground, and that's ground. We should have, I think, 13.5, 11, and 13.5. The one thing I will say is I've yet to find one of these radios that's got the correct voltages on it. So don't get too worried about this, because there is voltage regulators further in the circuit, so you don't have to worry too much. What I will want to do is just put some coverings on this. Now I can unplug that one because that's the 12 volt supply. We don't need that one in the way for now. So that one can come out the way. Just hook that around there. I'm just going to put this bubble wrap over the mains connectors so they don't go anywhere near them. Yes, how are you, mate? Harvey, afternoon. Only 1 degree. Okay, let me think then. How are we going to do this? Yeah, we need to get this one in shot so you can have a look at, because I'm going to be doing a lot of voltage messing about in a minute. So let's get this in shot. Let's get the glare off of it. Oh, I need to clean my meter. That looks shockingly bad. So if we stick that one in number 3, that should come up in the other corner of the screen. Yeah, there we are. Okay, we're in business. Okay, let's get a ground point. Actually, we can just use the connectors. So let's plug back in. Switch on. DC volts. So on these 2 pins here, we are looking for 11 volts. 10.43, so it's a bit down. This next connector, you can see why I've got this bag in the way, because it'd be easy to like just touch my hand onto there, and then we're going to light up like a Christmas tree. So I think the first one should be 13.5. It's high. Nearly 15 volts, 14.9. Although the regulator circuit will cope with that. This middle one should be 11 again. But we're at 10.45. And this one here should be the 13.5 again. So it's nearly 15 volts. So that is a bit high. That is a bit high. So it does need a bit of work. You're back. Welcome back. So let's turn the set back off again. So we're slightly low on the 11 volts and we're a fair bit high on the 13.5. Now, as I say, I've yet to find one of these that the voltages are actually correct. So it's likely that just switch that one off. It's likely that we're not going to change the voltage much, so I can take that back off now because I've got it disconnected from the mains. And we need to get this board out. So let's disconnect these. That one. And none of this is going to make much difference to the sound quality or the tuning of the radio. It's just all to do with the PLL, really. See, this is the main power supply for the whole radio. Right, so we've got 4 screws to undo. So your FRG was the wrong PSU voltages as well. They all are, Harvey, really. I mean, it's a guide. If they're massively out, then you know you've got problems. But this is just preventive maintenance, really, because these power supplies do fail. And they can even completely burn out. So I've done this to every one I've had so far. Trying to feel for that screw in the back because I can't see it. There we are. Oh, that's typical. It's going down there. I say I have got the mains unplugged, so our board is now free. Now this is a bit of a beefy cap here. This is 6800 at 25 volts. Now I haven't got a 68 at 25, I've got a 68 at 50. Now this is a mental cap. It's a Nichicon. It's rated for 105 degrees C, and no doubt probably best part of £6-7 quid for that capacitor. Did I say Volve then? Capacitor. If I said Volve, I'm going to have to have a double Hacker and Roberts. Just in case. Right, let's fire some desoldering kit up. Switch the soldering iron on. I think what I'll do is is that camera a little bit close for doing this, or do you want to see it up close and nasty, or do you want to go long distance? Carry on then, RV. $15 is a little bit high, Harvey, but then I think it's unregulated at that stage, so it's really dependent on your incoming mains voltage. So I suspect that my mains voltage is a bit higher today than usual, which is why I'm getting higher readings. But as I say, we need to just do these things as preventative measures. So we're going to take, probably easier to leave the filter cap in because that gives me a bit more space to handle it. It gives me something to grab hold of a bit better. So let's get these caps out, these little ones, and then we'll test them afterwards, but we're changing them all anyway. And they're marked on the board. It's Yaesu, it's very good quality kit, so everything's marked. Up close. Oh, no worries, Derek, we'll leave it like this, Sam. Up close and personal. I've got the bridge rectifiers over there actually. Let's go and grab those a minute. Now these bridge rectifiers, these are going mentally up in price. I'm sure the one before last I paid, it must have been, I must have paid probably about 70p for them, but now they're going crazy. You know, this is what I'm going to put in, I hope, if it'll fit. So it's a much bigger than the one that's in there. Much bigger. In fact, it's probably overkill. I have got some other ones here somewhere. Where's my rectifier drawer? Yeah, I've got this one here. This is the last one I put in. I think this is a 3 amp, maybe. 3 or 5 amp. As I say, this is 8 amp. You can tell the difference in size. And the one that's in there is smaller than both of these. But the last one I did, I put this one in. Because it's still a better ampage than what's in there. But this one's really chunky. It'll take a lot to knock one of these out, I'm sure. So that's what we're going to try and fit in. You'll notice the symbols on it. It does tell you which is AC and which is DC. So AC is these two, DC is these two, and you'll notice there's a little chamfer. Can you see the corners chamfered off on the positive? And that should be the same as the one that's in there, which it is. So the corners chamfered off on that one. Difficult to see because my light's in the way, but yeah, you can see that the corners chamfer. So you just basically put it back in the same position, and it's actually marked on the board. So you can't go wrong, really. So let's get these caps out. I really need to service this desoldering tool, actually. I'm pretty sure it's blocked from memory, so I might have to revert to old school to get this out. I mean, you can undo all these wires and take it right out, but you don't really need to. So it looks like my desoldering tool is, as I suspected, a bit blocked up. It is nice. No, it's a low voltage cap, Rob. As I said, it's only a 25 volt cap. Look, it's not a mains capacitor. There's no mains caps in this. It's not a switch mode supply. It's a linear supply. So you're not going to get any mains caps in a linear supply normally. I'm sure there's exceptions, but see if we can jam this up a minute to get this one out. That's that one, and that is that 10 at 16. I can't see. I'll tell you what. I think my eyes are getting worse. Yeah, 10 at 16. Let's get 10 at 16 then. Let's go with the Worth caps. These are pretty good. As far as I can see, they're good. And they're pretty accurate. And they're pretty colour as well. That always helps, doesn't it, if they're pretty colour. So positive is that way. In we go. Spin that. So the next one is 33. So let's solder that one in while we're here. If I can jam it up the right way. Just trying to jam it in there. No, it's not gonna play. Ooh. It's fine. Next one. Ah, that's better. That's better. This one here. And that's a 33 at 16 by the looks of it. Ten 22 33. That's the voltage on that one. 25 volts. That'll do nicely. Oh, that propped up quite nicely just now, didn't I? Oh, sort of it's up there, wasn't it? There we go. Stay there. Let's snip those legs up because they're just going to get in the way in a minute. Make sure you don't leave these in the set as well. Two down. Actually, that needs to just walk that way a fraction. Next one. Just in there. Martin, how are you, mate? You picked up a Philips 803A chassis. Not familiar with that one. Martin, how are you, mate, anyway? Well, I'm sure you heard that one drop out. I suspect it's probably gone down the hole. Alright, he's in there. Let's get that one out. Oh, let's see what it is first. It's one at 50 volts. Another nice red one coming in. One at 50. Got the shakes, lack of beer, I think. Let's get my next beer underway. So that's 3 done. The other one's hiding over here. Just in half. Desoldering tool is better for this, really, but well, what can you do? It's blocked. I need to unblock it. Deciding to be awkward, this one. Better. Better. What's this one? This is a 10 at 16 again. It's that way around. Right, that's the small electrolytics done. So we've got to do the diode, bridge rectifier, and the big filter cap. So let's get a big. No, we'll leave the filter cap for a minute. Let's get this diode out. So it might be that this diode is fine, but they do deteriorate with age. So they can start changing in value. If we look at the book of words, I believe it's. Let's not guess it. Let's just see what it says. It is RD 4.7. So it's 4.7 volts. So I need to go to my spreadsheet and find out where my 4.7 volt Zeners are. Drive. I can be efficient sometimes, not very often, sometimes. So this is my little spreadsheet that I've done for all my electronics bits. So if I filter this, if it's going to do it, let's clear the filters. If we go down to Zener diode, well, I've called it two things. I've called it Zener and Zener. So I've got two here, half a watt, half a watt. So it's either one of these. So I've got box 5 or box 5. That was 5%, so that's probably the better one to go for. I've got 250 of those. Let's find box 5. Tom S, how you doing, mate? Diesel 1001 from Texas. Good morning to you. Well, is it good morning? Yeah, good morning to you. Claudio. Welcome, Claudio. Toth. Adele. So, Toth is Adele. If any of you have ever bought any Sony components on eBay, it would have been from Adele. So very welcome to you, Adele, from the US of A. It is very well made. It's just overly complex. The PLL circuit's a living pain in the neck to work your way around on this. It's old school PLL, which is made up of dozens and dozens of different components. So let's get box 5 down, and it's box 5 is Kelly's vanilla Cornish ice cream. You're welcome, Adele. How you keeping, mate, over there anyway? So let's have a look which ones we want. Let me go back to my spreadsheet. Let's find the right one. And we want the 1N5230B. It's typical. I'm not going to be able to find it now, am I? V7 BZX, so it's not those. Two V7. Well, let's say 1N5230B. Oh. And 5230B. Doesn't look like I've used them in the past. Strange. Oh, yes, I have. So I'm going to go with that. One of those. 4.7 volt Zener. Put that over there. Need to make sure I get that the right way round. And I was looking at the circuit yesterday with Les. He reckons if that Zener fails, it can cause all sorts of damage. It can put the full voltage up the thing, apparently. So it is worth changing it. So let me zoom this camera out again a minute. Let's get down on the bench. Got goats and everything down here at the moment. I just want to get the component test right. We'll have a look at the new Zener, see what that comes out as. You need me to come there and help you sort out your shop. It may take you a year. I can do that, Thomas, if you want to, you know, pay for me airfare and my food and lodge for a year. That could be an expensive job. Right, I'm just going to put this Zener on the component tester, because this should test the smaller Zeners. So this is the new one. So it's saying it's reading 4.530, so just over 4.5 volts Zener. That is supposed to be a 4.7, 5% tolerance. So that is probably within tolerance. I can't do the maths. So if you remember that, we'll get the other one out and compare them. See if this one's probably going to be better now, isn't it? So we need to be facing that way, so the stripe go into the back of the board. The stripe be in the bar. I must clean that desoldering station out, because it is damn sight easier than going old school, but no doubt this is what most of you use, so. Yeah, I do prefer the electric solder sucker. It says I've dropped a bit of blob of solder on the board. I need to shake that out in a minute. So yeah, if any of you want capacitor kits for your Sony radios, Adele is the man to speak to. Okay, let's get this one out. Where's my tweezers? Let's pop our new one in. Making sure it's the right way round, the white way round. I can't see. There we go. Stay there. Stay there. No crowbar across the output stage. It's not taking soda very well. Oh, bit blobby there. Bit blobby, Graham. Come on. Yes, proper old school PCB, isn't it? Sort of thing you could probably recreate if it ever burnt, and I have seen these burnt. That's that done. So let's have a look, see what this looks like on the peak a minute. So the other was 4.53, I think it was measuring, wasn't it? And it's probably fine, but 4.29. So a fair bit down from 4.7, look. So, you know, worth changing. Right, onwards. We've just got the bridge rectifier and the large cap to do now. So let's get this large one out. This has got 3 pins on this. You've got one stabilizing pin and then the 2 points. But you'll notice there's a couple other unused solder holes, and that's the 2 that we're going to need, because this is not a normal capacitor. This is a snap-in. So this is a snap-in capacitor. The other one's just a normal through hole. This is a snap-in, but as I say, this is 105 degree rated, and it's also rated at higher voltage. It's rated at 50 volts instead of the 25 that this one is. Or 35. Is it 25 or 35? 25 volts, this one. Let's see if we can get this thing out then, because these are... It would probably have made sense to pull the whole board out, but it's just a pain in the neck with those binding posts. So you twist the wires around them. And there's our support pillar. Get out. So I'm also going to need to clear these 2 holes, because I think I'm going to need to use them. Is this going to be nice and come out? Just bar that one. It's quite gone. These are really thick pins on these things as well. So yeah, you can see there's a three pin capacitor, but only two of them are the capacitor. The other one is purely a stabilizing pin. So will this one fit? This is the question. Yeah, oh nice. So this is a proper decent connection, these lock-in ones. So I'm just going to clean up that a bit better with some braid. That's what I'm trying to say, braid. Hey, we've all gone a bit quiet now. Is it just because you're enthralled, or have I bored the pants off of you? I haven't looked to see how many we got in, actually. I'd say it's quite a popular... I don't think I got the shakes today for some reason. It's a popular receiver, this. There's a lot of these about. Just going to clean the old solder off, and then I'll solder over the holes that aren't used. We go ground plane. Don't need that one there. God, I'm shaking today. Lack of beer, I think. It might be as well to just pop this one out while I've got it here. The old bridge rectifier. So let's get that one out as well. Snap on. Enthralled. Someone else work on a Sunday? Yeah. I try and do my own stuff on a Sunday, but this one has been in for a little while, and I'm sure the owner's quite keen to get it back. So if I can get this pretty much done today and get this back off to him next week, which will be brilliant. I've got the RPC one to go off next week. I've got a couple of radios that I'll try and sort out for Mr. Robert Cross. Rob's radio channel. He's got a couple of new arrivals coming his way. A couple of really interesting radios, actually. So I'm sure he'll be able to show you those on video. I've not shown them. Well, I have shown them in the past, but both hackers as well. So he's a man of taste. Okay, is that going to come out, or is it going to be a pain? That's going to be a pain, isn't it? Always one or two. Mind you, there's really thick legs on these things, so it's difficult to get them out with the desoldering gun, these. This one's being a pain in the backside. There we are. He's out. He's out. So that's the one that's come out. And that's the one I'm going to put in. So you can see there's a big difference in size. Around about the same thickness, but I need to make sure that I can actually physically get that in. So I need to put the capacitor in first, because this one is a bit bigger than the existing one. It will fit because I've fitted these before. Make sure we're the right way around, otherwise this will go bang. The idea is you put the cap in and you give it a twist and it locks in position, which it has done. So snap-in cap. Come on, thanks. Oh. I might have just unsnapped the snap-in cap by dropping it there. No, he's in. Let me just give that a twist with it heated. There we are, and the next pin. We just solder over those old holes. Just for neatness. There's our nice new filter cap. Beauty. Right, will this fit now? This is the next thing. Or do I have to go down to the smaller one? So it's got to go that way with the positive there. What I think I'll do is I'll move it away, so we need to bend our legs in a bit. We need to manipulate the legs on the thing. So I've got to bend it sort of like that to get it in, because what I want to try and do is keep it away from the capacitor, because I don't want it heating the capacitor up. There he is. So there, we've still got clearance between the capacitor. Don't forget, this is not mains voltage. I think it's about 15 volts on these. Let's try and get one caught. Let's get one caught, and then we'll solder the others in. That's about right on that pin. Just let that go off. Yeah, I know, Derek. Rob did a video on it in the week. You shake every day. That capacitor will last longer than the receiver. It's a beauty, isn't it? The bridge rectifier shouldn't go in a hurry either. So I'm just eyeing that up, because I like to have things neat. I'm a fussy old sod. Well, git maybe, I don't know, what would you call me? Look, there's a little bit long, let's just pull that out a bit. See, if I had a thermal cam, you'd see how hot this rectifier gets. It does get incredibly hot. Too hot to put your fingers on, really. Come on. There we go. Let's get my eyes on and have a closer look at that, make sure we're all connected okay. Check over my joints. Make sure there's no bot chaps on here. Yeah, that's all nicely soldered, so we'll just chuck a bit of isopropyl on that. Give it a bit of a clean up. Clean any flux off the board. And I think that should be that board done. Let's get all these wires out of the way. can go back in, and then we can see if we've got any difference in the voltages. Probably not, to be fair. Probably ain't going to be a lot of difference. It might be slightly different, but not a lot. Right. Problem is, how do I get the screwdriver in here now? Oh no, I'll have to get up to do this. That bridge rectifier is a monster. It's a huge one. I'm just tidy. I'm not tidy. Schottky rectifier, supposed to have a lower junction drop voltage. Is it a Schottky? I'm not sure. I haven't got the circuit there for a second, but just going to go back here, loosen these two off. So I need to keep those wires away from that rectifier as well, really, because that does get pretty hot. They're a pain in the backside, actually. My last little rectifier, they were fine, but with the bigger one here, it's not the case. That cable ties in just the wrong place. Yes, these wires are in the way. Yeah, I couldn't get greatest hits here, Les. Excuse me, I'm going to have to move the camera for a second. Ah. I can't get my screwdriver in the house. Got it. Right, and the last one over there. There. Well, that was a bit of a struggle, but it's in. It's in there. It's in. Right, I've got to wire all this back in, so that goes in there. That's our 12 volt supply. That's our 11 volts. And that's our input from the transformer. Right, okay. Let's sort myself out. Apologies if you apologies for the crazy camera work. Just trying to get you in a bit closer, really. So what was it before? It was 10.4 and 15, wasn't it? So let's get my my mains covering sorted. Let's put the power back in. Power on. Let's have a look. Sort the multimeter out so you can see it. Diesel, don't forget the 2 easy screws. The 2 easy screws, yeah, I've got to tighten them up again, haven't I? Actually, let's just do that a minute before I do forget them. Cheers, Diesel. I did loosen them, didn't I? Just to... Glad you guys are looking out for me. Right, let's do that again. Find the hole. Power on. Still works. That's a good thing. I say it still works. I can still see the display. So this first one should be somewhere around 11 volts. There we go. 10.97 now. So if you remember before it was 10.4. So we're pretty much absolutely bang on. And this next one, this one should be around 13.5. With the wrong way round. We're still around 15. In fact, we've crept up slightly. 15.1. Again, that's not a problem. And our middle one, bang on 11 and 15.1. So there we are. We've brought the 11 volts up quite nicely, but the 15 volts have gone up slightly with it. But like I say, that's not a problem. Right, I need to readjust the cameras now, and we need to start looking at the service manual. So let's just take that one off. Let's take me off. Let's just pop the power out again. Got to keep that in, just in case I do decide that I want to put my fingers in there and touch any of that. Now let me have a think. We need to be over this side of the board now, so if you're following along in the manual, you need to move to the adjustment section now. Because we're going to adjust the PLL. Well, we're going to check them first. I assume they'll need adjusting. I haven't found one yet that's, well, I say that, no, I've found them that have been bang on frequency before. What we also want to do is check these caps, don't we, that we've meticulously replaced. We've already spotted that the Zener was out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we can check the big cap as well. So I think we'd better do that first, really. So let's zoom you out a bit. Let's pop these on the ESR meter. So we'll stick the biggest one on first. So who wants to have a guess at what the 6800 at 25 volts is going to be? Any guesses? Got this camera weird as well. What's got here? No, it went that way and that way. Yeah, about there. About there. No, you're welcome, Diesel. Cheers, mate. So 6800. We're going to stick this on the ESR meter. So answers on a postcard. What do you think it's going to be? I'm sure you'll agree we've got a pretty beefy power supply there now, though, compared to what it was. I'll wager it's within 5% of 60. Oh, come on, Matamble. You've got to give us a figure. I don't want to be doing any maths. Actually, let's make sure there's no voltage left in it, because it is quite a hefty cap. Let's just pop a screwdriver across it. Yes, it only sees about 15 volts, mind you, because I believe it's a 15 volt transformer in that. But it would still kill my ESR meter. It's an Elna cap, and I do seem to find that the Elna caps are pretty good. Those of you that repair amateur radio kit, they did use them a lot. A lot of the main manufacturers used Elna, so that's got to be a fairly good advert for them. So how are we doing with guesses? I think there's a lot of guessed. Mac Vision reckons it's going to be bang on as it should be. Everybody's going high. Anybody going lower? 68 picofarads for Danish. Thanks, Matamble. So this would have been plus or minus 20%, wouldn't it? This cap. So are we all done? Are we all done? It'll take a while to work this one out because of the capacitance on it. So it's low ESR. So it's 6560. So it has gone slightly low. 6500. Nick Petronics is closest at a glance. Yeah, it's Nick. Are you doing a frequency adjustment service for the 77 afterwards? It doesn't need a frequency adjustment. And it is really sensitive, so I don't think I need to touch that side of the board, but we can have a look at it. We can have a look at it. So yeah, that one's gone a bit low. I mean, is that an indication that it's dried up? It does feel... Doesn't feel exactly flat on the top. It is. No, it is slightly bowed on top. It is slightly bowed on top. I don't know if you can see that in the picture, but it is very slightly bowed on top. So definitely, I mean, these get hot. You know, if I switch this on now and put my finger on that cap, it's going to get hot. And that bridge rectifier is going to get very hot. Although it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as this tiny little thing that I pulled out. Right, next then, we've got two 10-16s, I think. No, we've got 33 next. 33 then. Again, these are Elna. So 33 microfarads next. Microfarads. 33, and I'm going to open my next bottle of Ruddle's Best Country Ale. Country. Country Ale. Why am I saying it like a northern accent? Us be country boys down here. Us be country boys down here, down south, deep south. Probably as good as it ever was. Yeah, possibly, Nick. I don't know. They do get a bit hot, mate. Normally you expect them to be a little bit high, but you do tend to find when they vent, they go low. I don't know if you've noticed that. But when you've got a capacitor that starts bowing out, it doesn't go high. It tends to go low capacitance. That's nice. So 38 picofarts, Danish. You're not confident on these, are you? Yeah, you do tend to find that once they vent or they start bowing up, they go low. But I'm probably still within tolerance, isn't it? Was it 6,500, 300 down? It would be within tolerance. A what trial? A what tree? I see what you're doing there, Dids. Country. I'm trying to do. Why am I doing a northern accent? Where's this brewed anyway? It's brewed in Suffolk by Green Kings, Bury St Edmunds. Good gear. Right, are we ready? Brett, are you doing yes? Yeah, they do go low. Andy B, welcome Andy. Are we all done? I see what Dids did there. What Dids did. Okay, ESR is a bit high on that, but it's dead on 35. Derek's bang on 35. You can't get better than that, Derek. Mr. Derek Taffman, 35 on the nose. 33.3333. So, yeah. That one's high ESR, so it's definitely on its way. But wouldn't have caused us any problem in the circuit. So let's do a 10 at 16 then. 10 microfarads, 16 volts. I must get myself another supply of these. I think I did buy some in, but Dave Rhodes, how you doing, Dave? Paddy, how are you, mate? So 10 microfarads. Or microfarads down here. Let's call them farads. You're traumatized by the subwoofer, Matabli. Incidentally, I have picked up from Amazon a pack of these cabinet feet, I think they call them. And this is a pack of multiple sizes, but the ones that I want, the bigger ones, are in here. And they've got metal washer built into them, so they are absolutely bang on what I need to get the bottom of the case done on this one. They're sort of like a rubber. It's like it is rubber, but it's quite hard rubber. Is it PE rubber or something they call it? So got those, and it also comes with the screws to fit them as well, which is very nice. It comes with some like self-tapping screws. So once I've hammered the bottom flat, I will pop those in. Right, we're all done on our 10 microfarad. Not often do you see a bag of feet. Well, that was on Amazon, they were. David Elric, hi mate, how are you? Right, let's do it. I see high ESR on that one as well, 11.29, so it's not that far off capacitance, but it has risen in ESR, so it's starting to turn into a resistor. So who had 11.29 or 11.3? We've got 11.6, 11.8, 11 for Nick. Ooh, is he closer than 11.6? He is. It's not Nick again, is it? Let's have a look. 11.6. It's Nick again. You've done the double, Nick. You've done the double. Right, and I'm going to go with another 10. So we've got another 10 at 16 then. So you get another go. Was Martin, was it? 11.11. No, cabin, it was 11.11.3. Well, no, 11.29. Oh, 11.11, yes, of course. Sorry, Martin. I missed that, Martin. I let 1.11. 11.11. Yes. It's Martin, not Nick. Sorry, Nick. You didn't do the double. Martin pipped you. I told you I can't do maths, Martin. Come on. I did say. He's going the same again, Martin. 11.11. So we've got to watch Martin now. He's got insider information, I think. Oh, we're all going around the 11 now, look. We're going around the 11. $11.29. I can see what you're doing, SciMap. Same again for Martin, yeah. 11.11. Are we done? There's a bit of a lag on because I've got it on normal mode today. 10.22. So you catch up. Yeah, I've got it on normal latency, so there's a little bit of a lag between what I say and what appears on the screen. Just so as people can put captions in there, or they can view the English captions if they can work out what the hell I'm saying, because I can't half the time. Oh, below key 10.6, 12 for Rolf. Are we all done? Any more for any more? Let's do it then. Oh, hello. Hello. My lead's not on right though. No, let's try that. That's high ESR. 2.7 is way too high. So that power supply was probably near the end of its life. So I think we've just got in there in time. 10.5. Old Blokey, Steve 10.6. 10.4. We've got Mac Vision and Old Blokey in between. So both 0.1 out. We've got a draw. We've got a draw. We've got a draw. So the very last one is 1. Now this one might not measure very well because this doesn't like lower value caps, but we'll try it. So this is 1 microfarad now at 50 volts. And to be fair, I don't think I've ever seen a bad one of these. These 1 microfarad ones, they just, because they're such low capacitance, they don't seem to go wrong. But I'm sure they do, but I've just not had one myself. Thanks, Timothy. So 1 microfarad at 50 volts then. Pengui's watching. He wants to have a guess as well. What do you think, Pengui? Pengui reckons 1.8. Pengui said 1.8. We flapped it. Went like that. 1.8. Can't even do flapping. Stop it, Graham. Behave. Martin's off. Connect to Beelmaster. Very nice. Catch you all later, Martin. I'm not sure how long we're going to be. We've got a fair bit to do yet still. 0.85 Danish. Could have gone low. What's Nick said? We've got to go close to what Nick says. Nick says 1.1. So Derek's gone 1.11. Multi's gone 1.111. Everybody's gone 1.11. It's like cricket wickets, isn't it? 1.8. Yeah, true. There you go, Penguin's official. Good luck, Penguin. 2.8, Rob. Wow, could have gone high. I really don't know. I really don't know. These are usually not far off, but as I say, it might not even measure it because it's 1 microfarad. Let's do it. Oh, it did. There we are, look. Bang on, 1.03. Oh, you're going to have to do the maths for me now. 1.03, so Mac Vision is dead on 1, which is only 0.03 out. Nick's 1.1. I think it's Mac Vision, isn't it? Or am I wrong? Brett's 0.9, no, just below. Penguin was way out on 1. Penguin, you were rubbish there. Don't you look at me like that with your beak. You did 1.11 because you're too lazy to move fingers. It was Mac Vision with 1 anyway, by the looks of it. So, say, I'd yet to get one of those. I mean, 1.7 ESR is fine for a low value cap like that. So probably we've got, we had 3 out of 4 were a bit higher ESR. The large filter cap had gone low, so it's been stressed. So I think that was worth doing, don't you? I think they were worth doing. Certainly they're not going to fail anytime soon. I mean, this radio, what's the date on this radio? What age is this? Anybody know what year this is? I don't know if there's anything here that says a year. Let's see if we've got any info in here about the year. (1981) this is. So they're not, these caps would have gone in the early 80s. So over 40 years old for a cap's pretty good going, isn't it? Really. Right, so we need to get ourselves sorted and have a look at the PLL circuit next. So let me just download this manual and I can refer to it with you. Give Penguin the keyboard. Were you going to play us some tunes? Penguin, are you going to play us some tunes? Yeah, so Andy's saying 80s, 81, early 80s. Yeah, you're all dead right. So it's a classic bit of kit, isn't it, really? So the area we need to concentrate on now is the PLL circuit. Now let me have a think which is the best camera to get you in. Probably the main camera, because I'm going to be sort of flitting around different areas of the radio. Where's my other chalk? Where's my other chalk block? Still got to work out what we're going to do for the giveaway. Okay, yeah, you can see pretty clear there. So this is the PLL area. We need to have a look up in here in a bit, but I'm in the way of it for now. So we'll do that when we get to it. So let me get the service manual up and we'll have a look. Well, the service manual and the survival handbook do differ very slightly in a couple areas. Now this is because this chap, is it Pender? Did I say it was Pender? Wim Penders has obviously done a lot of work on these, and some of his voltage measurements are different than the actual service manual. So I've just downloaded. It's quite a large file, so I am connected to the internet streaming as well, so it's going to slow me down a bit. I'm going to close some of these windows. Catch up with the chat while that's downloading. Looks like a PP3 battery clip. It is. This is for the memory module. Can you remember in the lid we had that we had this. Well, that basically goes on there, and you put 3 AA batteries in there for the RAM, the memory. But as I say, this has not got the memory module in it. Which, I mean, it is nice to have the memory module because it does give you fine tuning. Jazz is saying 1981 to 1984. Cheers, Jazz. Okay, so let's go to the screen. Let's zoom in a little bit. Yeah, okay, here we go. So specifications, so 1.5 watts audio output. So it's got quite punchy audio to it, and it does sound lovely, as you heard. You'd have to have a pretty good external speaker in. I mean, one of those filtered speakers might be quite nice to try on it. So it goes 150 kilohertz to 30 megs, although it tunes down to 1 kilohertz, basically, 1 hertz. Multi-mode, sensitivity, 30 microvolts. AM, FM, 1 microvolts into 50 ohms. It doesn't say whether that's... Yeah, it doesn't really say what that's measured in. Signal to noise or synad? I don't know. No, it's not synad, is it? Or signal to... It's basically 1 microvolt. So you can still hear it at 1 microvolt. That doesn't really tell you a lot, does it? But... So even on standby, look, even on standby it uses 10 watts. So even if you haven't got the thing turned on, you're still using 10 watts. So if you've got one of these, you need to make sure that you unplug it every night. Otherwise, you've just got that power sat on that power board with that bridge rectifier cooking away inside. So that will certainly lessen the life of your receiver if you don't turn it off and unplug it from the mains. So stability is pretty good, look. Less than plus or minus 1 kilohertz from 1 to 30 minutes and 300 hertz after 30 minutes. It's pretty stable once it's warmed up. So for those that are asking why it's a survival guide, this section here should put you straight. If I get this full screen, can I? Yeah. So this should put you straight. So Wim has done an amazing job, and I don't know if Wim's still with us. I don't know a lot about Wim. Perhaps if anyone's got QRZ open up, perhaps they pop his call sign in QRZ and see what we can find out about Wim. I might do that in a minute if no one else has got QRZ. I'm sure most of you that are radio hams are on QRZ. So this basically tells you about the receiver. So it does say in here that it was introduced in 1981. So signals between 150 and 1 megahertz steps. So it's designed with a shortwave listener in mind. Look. Yeah, I'm just picking out bits of this. Price was reasonable. They're not that reasonable now. They're quite expensive for a decent one. And it is very easy to operate. It really is easy to operate. And it's lovely to have that big tuning dial because you've got quite a swing on it. You can fine tune stuff very easily with the main control in the center here. So this basically tells you, it's got a little bit about what to find on the shortwave bands. It's a great guide, this, it really is. I've spent many hours going through this, I can tell you. I've read this from front to back more than once. So a lot about the frequencies, and tells you here about what to look for when you're going to buy one of these sets as well. So if anyone's in the market for one of these, it's well worth reading up on this. Just to let you know what you're getting yourself in for. So let's skip over that. So it tells you about the manuals that you can get on foxtango.org. Then we've got the PLU unit block diagram, which we've got in the user manual. Parts are very difficult to get for these, but some of the main ICs and that you can still get. So we come to this first section, which is alignment. And I really haven't found one of these sets yet that doesn't need the PLL tweaking a bit. So what happens when the PLL is starting to go out of adjustment or out of voltage is the loss of the frequency coverage. So either it goes, I mean, I've had these completely scrambled, you know, they won't tune to anything because the PLL's gone out of lock. But sometimes you lose half of the band off of it, and all the bands are in different positions on the switches. It can be a nightmare once the PLO fails on it. So what do we got here? Alignment's not difficult to do. You need a good counter, a VTVM, RF millivoltmeter or oscilloscope, and a plastic or ceramic tuning tools. Never use metal tools or screwdrivers for alignment of the coils. Coil cores. So the first one is to look at this PLL reference oscillator adjustment here. So this is basically saying that instead of connecting to the legs of the IC, which is what tells you in the manual, you can check it by connecting up to test point 4. I think it tells you on pin 9 you should be on 3.2 megs, but I believe it doubles that frequency to 6.4 when it comes out onto test point 4. So we're looking for 6.4 megs on test point 4. So this is the first bit we're going to look at. So while you're reading that, I'm going to get my eyes and find out where test point 4 is. I think I know roughly where it is. It's up here somewhere. Where's test point 4? Come on down, number 4. Where are you? 1, 3, 4. Yeah, there we are. Okay. So let's go back to the radio then. Let's go in a bit closer. Just escape out of that. Let's come back there. Let's catch up. Thomas, thank you, mate. Is that for my plane fare? Danish, thank you very much as well. Yes, it is a third-party manual. It's very good. No, it's not. It's just something that someone's put together from their experience, Thomas. It don't make numbers big enough to calculate the drift. He is on QRZ, is he, Nick? Hi, Paul. No worries. Good to see you, mate. Back off your holes. I expect you still want to be there, don't you? Catch you soon, mate. So test point 4 is down here, this little peg here. So let's zoom you in and I'll show you where that is. You can just see it there, look, to the left of this IC, just there. So I'm going to connect a frequency counter up to that. So I'm going to use my portable frequency counter if I can find it. That's how we can get this in the shot, really. I'm just going to block it if I get it there. We'll work it out. I'll work something out. So I need to connect to ground. So I'm just going to put the scope probe on ×1. Connect it on there. So my frequency counter is down here, look. This is a TTI one. Bought it from RS, brand new. And very useful for doing this sort of work, really. Hopefully you can see that. So let's pop the power in. Make sure everything's out the way, yeah. Let's pop the power in. Turn it on. Pop this on. How about that? How about that? That is absolutely bang on. Yeah, they're in little inductors. That's absolutely bang on. So we certainly don't need to do that. Oh, that is absolutely bang on, isn't it? That is spot on. Don't think I've had one that's been that spot on without touching it. It's got to be exact as well. I mean, look at all the zeros on that. That is absolutely bang on. What's that, Aaron? Green caps. Yes, Jazz, it is. It does get very hot. So we don't need to do anything to that. So that's fine. So now we come on to the tricky bit, which I'm 99% sure we are going to have to do this from previous experience. So let's have a look at what we've got to do next. You work on a lot of Japanese stereos. Yeah, some of the modern ones are very similar to that, but let's just get this in shots. I wonder if people are wondering what the hell we're going on about. You're talking about those, so they are those little green things that you can see here are inductors. And they're marked on the board as L, L10, L11, L12. Right. What are you up to, Rob? What are you up to? What's he up to? What's that Rob up to? He's in and out like a fiddler's elbow. Right, okay, so let's have a look at the manual next. So this is the part where we've got to check. I believe the first check is the VCO1. So we've got this, so for alignment of the first PL, connect your DC VT-VM to test point 5 in front of the first PLL box and rotate the main dial to the 1000 position of the dial and adjust T2007 for a reading of 7 volts on the meter. And try to make 7 volts as close as possible. Okay? So let's just get that back up on my bit of that stuff here. So test point 5, I believe, and we're going to use a clip lead for this. Test point 5 is back here, I believe. Yeah, back there. So if I lay that in there, hopefully it'll stay on test point 5. If I clip it on, no. These clips, you've got to be pretty much parallel for them to grip properly. There we are. That's there. We'll just pop that one in there. Right, we will. Okay. All right, meter. Right. Let's put the power on. Turn the meter on. So you've got to have the dial on the 1000 position, and I can't see it now because it's way out of shot. So it's going to be 8, 9. Okay. So I'm sure you can see that we are quite a bit out there. It says that has got to be as close to 7 volts as possible. The adjustment point on this is back here. Can't quite see it, we're just out of shot, so let me go up a bit higher. So adjustment point is in here in this metal can at the back. So we need to make sure we're on the 1000 position. Yeah, I'm on 1300 on the 12 meg section. And it shouldn't matter what frequency you're on, it should stay the same no matter what you're on, which it does. So we've got to get that to 7. And as I say, T2007 is a little core inside that pot. So we need to use preferably a non-metallic tool in there. So I'm going to use one of these ceramic screwdrivers, and there's one I think that just about fits these pots. Again, you need it to be a fairly tight fit in there. So let me just get off camera. I'm going to tweak that and hopefully we'll get to 7. You'll be drinking a few beers tonight. Nice. So I'm going to go in there. Let's have a look which is the best fit. Is it that one? Or is it that one? No, it's this one. Okay. So this is very, very finicky, this pot. So let's just turn it and see if we can alter the... Okay, so we're up to 7.8. So we want to try and achieve bang on. So even if I touch it, look, it's moving. And get a little bit better. Nearly. It was quite down, wasn't it? 6.2 is a fair way out. I mean, this is a pretty good meter, to be fair. This is, there we go. How about that? What about that? We've only hit it on the nail. That'll do. Right, that's the first PLL sorted. Now it gets more complex. Normally a tube glows a pink colour. Yeah, a mercury vapor rectifier tube, I believe. Right, okay, we need to get on to the next part of the PLL circuit, so let's go back to our book of words again. So, screen cap go. So it does say to move the dial to the 0 position and check the voltage will be around 2.4 volts. So if we go all the other way round, I pulled it off the test point now. Turn that back on. Let's go to the 0 position. So again, this is another one of these voltages that never It's never the same as the book. So let me just get to the 0 position. Okay, well, it says it should be around, it says it should be between 1.5 and 2 volts, but he says none of those is tested. They've all been from 2.25 to 3.1 volts. They're working it fine. So if you look at this one, this is 3.24 volts. So it is a little high, but as long as it's right up the top end, then we're usually okay. Can't see the dial again. .008. I don't know if you can see that or not, but that's fine. I could tweak it down a fraction, but I'm going to regret doing this, but I suppose it's going to creep up a little bit as the set warms up, but yeah, it's going to creep up very slightly as the set warms up. But that should be fine. There ain't going to be no issues with that. Right, so now we need to go, this is the main part of it now. So the second PLO, now this, I'm going to have to mess about with it because this is all sealed with wax, this net slot. And I really need to have the set flat on the ground so I can see exactly where I'm going with this. So we're looking at this alignment of the second PLO. So we've got to connect the voltmeter to test point 3, which is at the front of the radio. Just there. Let's readjust the camera. And then I'll get you on it. So we've got to, I think we're on the screen at the moment, aren't we? Yeah, okay. So we've got to basically adjust the first 3 cores for 7.4 volts and the last one for 7 volts. Now, I don't know why he's saying 7 volts for the last one, but, you know, maybe he's found that 7 volts works better than 7.4. Maybe 7.4 stretches the VCO too far. I don't know. So it does say that if they're not right, then they can result in a loss of range or failure to lock properly with a high phase noise level as a result. So this is pretty critical. This is the main thing that you need to do, really. This bit here. So that's what we're going to do next. So T2004, 3, 2 and 1 are at the back here. You can't see them because my lead's in the way. It's these 4 here. So this is the first one. This is 4, 3, 2 and 1. You can see they're inside a metal can and they are covered in wax. So what we need to do really is pop this can off first and dig that wax out. So I'm connected down to the test point here, so I'm just going to lift that off for a minute. I'm going to pop the mains lead out the back just in case, although I've got all this in the way. So you need to pop this can off. And as you can see inside, they're all covered in wax. Oh, we've got a bit of solder or something in that one. In fact, it looks like someone's had a screwdriver in that one before. Certainly not me, but yeah, we need to just eke our way into the wax, really. Dig most of it out. Well, I should test it first before I dig the wax out, but I can assure you that I'm sure this is going to need adjusting. If that first one needed adjusting, this one's going to as well. Now, you know, I'm not using a VTVM. My VTVM is a bit poorly at the moment. It's in need of repair. I've got another one somewhere, but I'm not really sure where it is. I'm just going around these, just taking this wax out as much as I can. We need to pop some more wax back in afterwards just to seal them right up. Just using the screwdriver to take the worst of it out. You do need to get this wax out. If you leave this wax in and try and adjust them with the wax in, you will break the cores. I can guarantee you that. And I know that because I've done it. And it's a hell of a job to find another core that's the right thread. So good luck if you break one. Now you might say, well, why are you bothering to do this while the set is working? Well, because if these are on the edge of adjustment, it won't take much longer before it'll suddenly start dropping out of lock. So if we do these now, it should get the set going for another 20 odd years at least. So the last one of these, I had a nightmare with it. I actually ended up taking all of the wax out of this section altogether, removing this can. It was a hell of a job, actually. And that one went back to Spain to Julio. I've not heard back from Julio. I'm hoping he's happy with it. Okay, so the best way is to just touch these with a soldering iron just to get them moving. But first of all, we want to check what they are. So that's where we're adjusting. So I'm going to come out and try and get it in shot so you can see without too much glare off of this one. Mal, thank you very much. I'm looking at the wrong camera. Thank you, Mal. It's getting dark and you can tell it's getting dark in here because my camera's going dark. So let's just pop the I've got this camera set on manual exposure, so as it gets darker it doesn't adjust on its own. Right, let's see where we're going. Rob, thank you very much. You must get the names of beers you drink. I drink lots, Rob. You know, not that I'm an alcoholic, but I do like a beer on a Sunday. You can't beat a beer on a Sunday, can you really? Bob Anderson, yeah, very good. Yeah, it's not great potted. Yeah, it's very fiddly. Thanks for Tamblay. Oh, Mercury one's glow blue. Okay. Give you sunburn. Right, let's catch up. I'm behind here. Catching up. Thanks very much, Mal. Good man. Cleaning the ears out. Earwax spoons. Integrated into the third power lead. I think you find Steve's vintage long stay workshop has messed about with those, Aaron. Yeah. I don't drink much beer yourself. It's nice to have a beer. I don't drink. I usually drink a beer if I'm going out playing darts on a Friday. I'll have a beer, and on a Sunday I'll have a beer. Normally at home I tend to drink wine if I'm going to have a drink, or a whiskey. Wine or whiskey. Radioactive. Doug, how you doing, mate? Right, let's get on this then. Let's get going. So let me connect that up to test point 4, I think it said, didn't it? Which is down here. Oh, sorry, test point 3. Test point 3 is down here. Actually, probably better if I go in underneath that. That's a steep angle. It'll stay on there a bit better. Hopefully you can still see that. You can see the meter. Let's go in with our power supply. Fire in the hole. So the manual says, let me just get it up here. So I've got to rotate the dial to the 1000 position, which I'm on. So first of all, I've got to go to the 5 megahertz band. So that's there. And this has got to be 7.4 volts. So let's see what it is. So its downlet is 6.8. That needs to be 7.4. So let's just touch the soldering iron into this one. Pop a bit of heat in there. It's only on low. Hopefully that will make it move. Yeah, okay. God, this is finicky. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that for a minute, because what I want to do in a minute, you've got to put the can back on and do them with the can on. In fact, I can probably... No, I can't do that because I don't think I can get the soldering iron down through the hole. So that one's pretty much there, 7.39. So let's do the next one, which is 12 meg bands. So let's go to 12 megs. So again, that should be 7.4. It's 7.1. So that one's down as well. Let's go in there, just heat that one up. Pretty close. And the next band is 20 megs. So again, we're looking for 7.4 on 20 megs. 6.9, so that one's down as well. It's just aging components, that's all. I mean, you just need to do this probably every 5 years, maybe. And this has never been done, I wouldn't have thought. So this one's a little way out. Well, that one's finicky. That's pretty good. 397. Actually, it'll work. It'll work if they're not exact. So the very last one is the 29 meg band, and he sent just this one for 7 megs. Which is pretty much there. That's 6.91. I think in the manual it still says 7.4 on this though. So that's just a fraction. Okay, so that's all of them done. So I'm going to pop that off, pull the power. I'm going to pop the lid on and we're going to check them again. Because the shielding can will make them different. You'd be surprised, it will. He says it probably won't in this case. There we go, that's on. Right. Power back in. Power on. So we can see that that one's okay. Look, we don't need to touch that one really. I could touch it just a fraction over the 7 maybe. So just touch it over 7. That's good enough, isn't it? So it was 20 next. So that's down slightly. Let's tweak that one up a fraction. That's pretty good, isn't it? And what was the next one? Was 12, wasn't it? That's a fraction different. .403, that'll do me. And the last one is 5 megs. So again, they are very slightly different with the can off. So let's make them very slightly under. So I think they'll probably rise. They'll rise as the temperature increases. That'll do us, I think, don't you? Stream Elements is timed Aaron out. Sorry about that, Aaron. Capital letters, Aaron. You'll be back in a second, mate. So I think we can call that done, don't you? Can leave it going for a minute. Let it heat up. You can see it's climbing. It's climbing. It looks like my meter's about to run out of power as well. So it's climbing a little bit as it's warming up, look. Safer than the curtain burner. I remember they called it the curtain burner, yeah. It will remain up on YouTube, Andy, yeah. Yeah, definitely will. So really we want to be slightly under to allow for it to Yeah, I want to be slightly under probably, so that's that one. So let's go see how the other one's doing on 12 now. That one's gone slightly high, so let's just ease that one back a bit. $391, 20. It's gone slightly high, so let's ease that one back as well. Not that far back, Graham. $7.39, and the very last of all, 29. Tweak that back a little bit as well. There, I think that'll do. Do they normally change after you're removing your screwdriver? It's better setting it a bit higher. These are ceramic, Aaron, so these don't affect the readings at all. It's only the pressure of the screwdriver touching the core that makes it alter. So yeah, these are ceramic. If you used a metal screwdriver, well, you shouldn't use a metal one anyway, but whatever you put in there will alter the. If I put a metallic screwdriver in there, so for example, I'll just put this one here in. Look, I'm just going to rest that in. I'm not going to turn anything. See what that does to it, look. Take that back out again. I mean, I've just tapped it there, look. If I just rest this one in, doesn't really make much difference. So I need to just tweak that back because just knocking it with that screwdriver has made it go high. My meter's about to fail. This has got rechargeable battery in this meter. There, I knew it. Yeah, 969. Just tweak that up a fraction. $982. That'll do. 987. I'm trying. No, it was closer to 7 though, wasn't it, to start with? So let's not go under 7. I mean, this can be slightly higher, this last one, because in the manual it does say 7. So 7.4. I mean, in the normal manual. Let's go with that. And that meter's about to fail. So that basically is the PLL adjustment done. So that's, I believe that is all the adjustments you need to do on that side of the radio. All we need to do now really is reseal the wax on those cores. Let's push me little spudger back in there if I can get in there. I have unplugged the mains just in case I do accidentally come across it. So say that was still working, but I'm just going to drop a little bit of this wax back in that I dug out. You don't want to muller it with wax really, as long as it just stops the core moving. That's the main thing. Pinch a bit of that one for there. So I'm just going to touch that with a soldering iron. There they are, all resealed. Put the cap back on. And that's it, done, pretty much. There isn't really a lot of other adjustments to do. Yeah, so really that is pretty much all you need to do to that. Right, let's catch up with a chat. Let's catch up with a chat. Yeah, you are right, 13HN870. Power everything using their light socket. Yeah, it did. I think it was, right? Yeah. It is. I know. Is that one too difficult though, was it really? Anyone could do that, I think, as long as you're careful. You don't break them cords. If you break them cords, you're in a world of pain because you've got to take the you've got to take the actual transformer out. You've got to desolder the transformer from the board, which means taking this whole board out. I can tell you now that taking that board out is a nightmare. It takes forever. So the other thing we've got to do is the controls have got to somehow get some lubricant in them. And the worst one is the mode selector switch. So that's what we've got to look at next. And for some reason that has actually been screwed on wrong or pushed on wrong. Yeah, that's simple enough to sort out, but that should be FM, should be there. So someone's been and had a go at this. FM. No, it's almost like it's not the right switch, you know. That's better. Right, so I need to get in and somehow try and put switch cleaner in this one. I think the tone one was also a bit dodgy, wasn't it? So I've got to try and put some switch cleaner in both of those. So let's spin the set around. And then once that's done, we can have a play on the bands again for a while. So I don't know if I can get into these switches. I don't think I've had to clean these switches before. I've had the band selector thing over here in bits, but not this one or this one. That's easy enough to get into. I can see that. This switch unit, I don't know if that's not sealed. So let's do the one I can get into first. So just going to go in with some of this Servicol Deoxit even. Vader F5. Let's zoom you out a little bit because I am in a bit close. You don't need to be in that close. Oh, this is your radio, Jazz, is it? Is this your radio, Jazz? I didn't realise that, mate. A good valve-powered capacitor checker for testing the O-caps. The Heathkit one's a very good, Aaron, if you can get one. Back from the pickup, no band reception on the Biomaster, so 70% discount. 70%? Whoa. Now the Biomaster, which one is that, Martin? Bob Anderson. Bob, was the tone control scratchy? It's a long time ago now. It was a bit, yeah. The mode switch is the worst, but the tone control was bad as well. So I'm going to probably stick it on a bit of an angle so as I don't spray it all over the set. I don't want to get any down in that tuning dial either. So let's go that one first, and the one behind. So that's the tone and the volume. "25 degrees. Zomg. Zomg, what are you saying? It is a wise man who is not bothered by the unchangeable. As long as you're alright, Harvey, sod the rest of them, mate, innit? Oh, you rewired the square power button to the incoming main so you can actually turn the radio off. That's a good call, Harvey, because I say it still draws 10 watts with it still connected. Right, I need to get my eyes on and have a good close look at this mode switch that's manky. So I'm going to pop the setups. Apologies if you can't see. I'm just having a look to see if there is any way of getting switch cleaner in there, and it doesn't look like there is. Well, that's going to be a bit of a pain. Do I want to take the back plate off and spray stuff in there? You'd think, being it's a Yaesu, they would have made provision to service that, wouldn't you? So I think what I'm going to have to do is take the pot completely out, because it is pretty ropey. So I really don't want to take the whole front panel off. So I should be able to get the snipe nose pliers in there. Gavin, cheers, mate. So let's see if I can get this out. Yeah, I should be able to. Yeah, okay. We don't want to drop that inside the thing. Inside the thingamy jigger, the thingamy pokery thing. Right, will this come out enough to get at it? Yeah. Let's get that back up there. Stick there. What we don't want to do is pull one of these wires off, because I wouldn't have a clue where it goes. Okay, so it's linked into the... I can't see any way into that to get switch cleaner in it at all. You'd think there would be a way, wouldn't you? I mean, Christ, come on, Yaesu, what are you thinking of? It's the FRG that got you into radio in the 80s. Have you still got one, Gavin? And thanks very much, mate. Thanks very much. Chris, how you doing, mate? You haven't gotten to the boombox yet. Well, hopefully you've unwrapped it and it's got there in one piece, mate. I've still got to send you the cassette covers. I tried sending them to you, but I scanned them in such high resolution that it wouldn't go through my email. So I've got to make them a bit smaller before I can send them again. You love a Yaesu, Gavin. I do like a good Yaesu. Right, I've somehow got to get into this, haven't I? Just let me get a blade and see if I can spread the switch at all in any way, because there is a seam there between, there's obviously two wafers of switches. No, that's not making any inroads. Okay, I'm going to have to manhandle it around again. See if there's any way of getting in the other side. Well, that's not a Yaesu's finest hour, really. We've got to somehow try and get that, because it is really scratchy. We've got to get it out. We've got to lubricate this switch somehow. I don't know how it's tarnished, though, because it's sealed. It is actually sealed. You got the 8800, have you? I know they can suffer as well, can't they? Let's just get these chock block thingies up here. Can I get this out without desoldering this, I wonder, because they're very tight. Just want to try and get it past. I think these are sealed wafers, you know. I don't know how I'm going to be able to get anything in here. I think Yaesu would have put provision in there for cleaning the switch, wouldn't you? It's not, I don't suppose it's them that manufactured the switch, was it? So I need to disconnect that top wire, I think. I don't know if you can see what I'm looking at here. Let's get the bubble wrap out of the way. I'm not plugged in anymore, but yeah, you can see the switch bank, and it's just two wafers of switches sandwiched together and held in place with these two rivets. But this wire at the top is connected to the volume pot, and that is stopping me taking it off. I think it's just a ground connection, so I've got to take that one off. Should I take it off the pot? Oh, my soldering iron's gone off. I haven't used it for so long. There we go. Well, that should make it give us a bit more movement on the switch, hopefully. Oh, it's still tight. Tight. What is this connected to here? It's connected into there. This could turn into a bit of a nightmare, this. So it's those wires on that last bit there that are holding it in. So that's just the shields by the looks of it. So I'm going to have to disconnect that as well. Let me just take a picture of that before I go any further. Bob! Thank you very much, Bob. Are you the Bob Anderson from YouTube, Bob? Are you the Bob Anderson from YouTube? I can find out. No, not the Bob Anderson I was thinking, but thank you very much, Bob. Much appreciated, mate. Glad you've enjoyed it. So I'm going to go and get my phone a minute because it's not upstairs. I'm going to have a quick comfort break as well while I'm getting up. Oh, and the only beer I've got left is an alcohol-free one, believe it or not. Happy days. To check up on Mrs. Cruncher. Mrs. Cruncher. There's my phone. Mrs. Cruncher's having a well-earned 40 winks. So I'm going to use Tutlu. And then I'm going to come back out, take some photos of that pot, and then take them off. Right, back in the room. Well, I'm not back in the room yet. I'm not coming back in the room. Oh. Right. Right, where were we? Where were we? Let's catch up with the chat. So yeah, Mrs. Cruncher's downstairs having a kip. As I say, she still ain't brilliant, to be fair. She still is not brilliant, so. Okay, let me just catch up with the chat. Enya's voice. Yeah, I don't know if it's dust or it's just tarnished, Matambler. It could just have tarnished. I expect it's silver contacts. It certainly is, Chris. Can't beat an icon. Yeah, I do like icon stuff, Derek. You're just an ordinary Bob Anderson. You're not ordinary, Bob. Thank you very much for the super chat anyway. You ground the rivets off to take those switches apart, then you put thin bolts through instead. Alcohol-free beer makes as much sense as caffeine-free coffee. I drink that as well with Tamblay. Yeah, Bob Anderson is the TV guy, isn't he? He's got a great channel. I just wondered if it was the same Bob Anderson, but it's not, no problem. Jeff Crabb, hi Jeff. A Stanley blade to open up the steel plate enough to flood cleaner should work. Thanks for that, Jeff. Cheers, oh blokey. Thanks very much, mate. Thanks for dropping in. So let's try that, shall we? Shall we see if we can get a blade in there? I will take a picture though, because I'm a bit concerned that I'm going to pull one of these wires off by keep poking this thing around, and the last thing I want to do is pull those wires off, because I'll have to get my head in the schematic then, because I haven't got another one here to compare it with. I've never had this problem with a Yaesu before. So let's do a bit of photography on the thing, and as usual my lens is all smeared up. Why they put the fingerprint sensor by the camera lens, I do not know. So I need to make sure I know which wires go on where. Apologies because this is right in your face, but it's only my old-fashioned Samsung Note 8, which I really like this phone. I don't really want to get rid of it, but it does need a new front glass on it. The screen's okay, it's just the glass. So if I pop those two terminals off, I can get it out maybe a bit safer. There's two wires attached to that. So yeah, maybe we can prise this up enough to just get something in then. Let me get my eyes back on, see what I can prise that up. Let's try that craft knife blade wherever I put it. If I put that to now. Oh dear. That's gone. It would roll underneath, wouldn't it? And I've moved the camera so you can't see it. Rob, you have a test frequency for you. No worries, you'll have to wait for a bit, Rob, because I've got to sort this switch out. So be patient and we'll get there. Let's see then if I can... So there's a little notch in it there. You might better get in there. It is moving. I can just sort of... I don't want to cut my fingers off really, that's the only thing. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's put some Servosol in there then. I've just managed to get that knife blade in there. Where's my Servosol? Where's the Servosol when you need it? Hang on. You don't see my guts hanging out all over the camera, do you? I got some goo gone as well. I got some goo gone, everybody. You know, I can't find my goo gone anywhere, so I managed to find this on Amazon, and it's a gel, so it's a bit thicker than the original goo gone. Goo gone is quite thin, but yeah, I've got myself some more goo gone, so goo can get gone now. Okay, what have I done with my server? So it's probably right here in front of me. I've got the deoxit, but there it is. The deoxit's not great. Well, it's very good, but the can they're putting it in and the spray nozzle is rubbish now. I've changed it for another one, but it's lost its what's the word I'm looking for? You know what I mean. It's lost its pressure, the can. Yeah, I know that. I know that, Harvey. I've pulled loads of pots before. You've seen me do it, especially those ones fitted to the Sonys and. Right, let's get some blue roll in there. You don't want to get it all over the radio. It's going to go all over the radio anyway, but you know, we want to lessen it if we can. I don't think this is going to get all the wafers though, because I think maybe I need to stick it on its front, so as it's facing up in the air, and squirt the stuff down into it. God, I've got to repressure the can. There's not enough in it really, Harvey, to write home about. A little tiny bit left in there. So I'm going to try and position this on its front without resting it on the dial. So I'm going to use Sean's blocks again. So I want to try and squirt down into it. Squirt into it. Come on. Fire in the hole. There we go. So I've got it up on its end now. So if I squirt it now, it's going to run into it. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'm just going to squash that end over a little bit, so as it comes out at a finer angle. Get in there again and open it up a bit. Oh, hello, wrong way. Well, it's gone somewhere. It's gone somewhere. Let's get the excess of that off. So now what I'm going to do is go in from the other side. Turn it around a bit. See if I can go in from this side. Yes, I can. In fact, if I can get that little tiny screwdriver in there, that's going to give me a bit of a better opening. That's going to be better than drilling the rivets out and having to replace them with something. There we go. So I've got a little screwdriver in there now. So hopefully get me rag back in there. Actually, it's not going to be able to do a lot now because I'm facing the wrong way, aren't I? Stop any overspray though. So I'm trying to flood it really. Right, well, it's gone in there. Will it get to all the switches? I don't know. It's a video where different types of glue were put through their paces. Yes, there was. I remember seeing that actually. I like all that sort of like those test videos where they do all sorts, don't they? Right, this is tricky now, getting this limit thing back on because I can't really get in there with a socket. A nut spinner certainly ain't going to fit on there. Forceps might do. Just need to get it caught and then I can run it round with the snipe nose. I really don't want to take the whole front panel off. I think that's got it. Yeah, it's got it. It's got it going. Just using a screwdriver to spin it around till it bites on the back panel, and then do it up. I must remember to put that wire back onto the volume pot. Right, that's fairly tight. That's very tight. Let's line our knob up. Actually lines up now. Excellent. Does feel easier actually. Goo Gone is good stuff. I must admit I've used it quite a lot. It's well, I used the whole thing. I don't know what. I think Mrs. Cruncher pinched it in the end. It's very useful stuff. Right, I need to pop the wire back on that I desoldered. And then I think we're back in business. Let's pop a little bit of flux on there. Hopefully that's cured the scratchy pot, because it was horrible. It's the only thing that really let the set down was that scratchy pot and the bent legs. But we can sort the legs. So let's fix this wire back on. Now let's fine tune and squelch. We're going to use squelch. Sorry, let's see what I was up to there. I was just putting that wire back on the back. Just dressing these wires back in around. So I've just put that wire back on there. It's all back in, nice and firm. Let's Let's see if that's done it, shall we? So let's pop the lid back on temporarily, the bottom, and say this is the one I need to hammer out the it doesn't like this colour, does it, the camera at all? Come on, focus. Strange. Focus on the set, but if I put this colour in front of it, it really doesn't like it, look. Yeah, you can see I need to hammer this out flat and then put those legs on. So I'm just going to pop it in temporarily just so as I can turn the set the right way up, really. Yeah. So I use the old chalky blocks, so we need to sort out something to give these away in a bit, but we're going to have a quick run through the bands on this now just to make sure everything's alright. It's had sort of fairly major surgery. See if we've managed to cure that noisy band switch, mode switch even. Just trying to clear a space. Right. Fire in the hole, let's plug her in. And we need to get the aerial back, so let's get that back. So this time I'm going to put it in the shortwave position. I'm going to plug it in the shortwave section. It will work for broadcast, but it's not quite as good as in just the broadcast section for the medium wave bands. Because really we could just connect it up with the PL259 for shortwave. There we go. Ready to go. Ready to rumble. Right, let's get on to sensible band. Let's go down to about 11 megs again.
Alors là, à défaut d'un accord sur de nouvelles capacités d'entrée en commun à 27, il nous dit que repousse l'Allemagne, sans surprise, mais on garde en beaucoup. Avec notre voix sur les questions de budget, par la ligne au prochain Conseil européen, en février. On partait de loin, après-le, et sur cette plateforme franco-allemande, d'ailleurs, elle doit la chose. C'est pas une expérience. Se mettre d'accord, Emmanuel Macron.
That's got it. That has sorted it.
Rien à voir, sans une entente entre la France et l'Allemagne.
¿Cómo sigue el partido entre el Arsenal y el United?
Pues continúa el empate a 2. Ha tenido Saka una parecidísima a la que...
think he's asking the question, should that have been outside the penalty area? Here's Saka though at the other end. Saka up against Shaw, right footed close to the back post. Martinelli chest down, challenge to him. Bruno Fernandes, Martinelli sent him, shoots.
Brilliant. Anyone question whether he's any good with his feet? He's a lovely twisty player. Brilliant way of pass and angle to make that chance have to crash the field there in and off.
Right, Rob, you had a frequency for me, Rob. What is it then? Where's he gone? Where's Mr. Rob's radio channel? Oh, being delivered by Hermes. Oh, yeah, good luck with that. Cheers, Les. Graham, you know, would be good at refitting that. Anybody who did operation. What's that, David? BBC World Service, was it? Okay, interesting. That's pretty good. 12.064. We can get in a bit closer if you want, so you can see. So Claudio jumped in first with 5505 USB. So let's go to USB. So we want 5 megs. 5.5505.
Zulu, automated observation, wind calm, visibility 4,000 meters, haze, low cloud
format,
temperature -2, dew point -3, QNH 1035, no sig. Repeating, London Gatwick, Metroport, London Gatwick at 17.
That's a great signal, isn't it? Look at that.
Okay, temperature 0, dew point -3, QNH 1035.
Yeah, it's a lovely bit of kit, isn't it?
London Stansted.
Old operation game, I remember that one. It used to buzz, didn't it? Right, what's Rob saying? 7140. There's loads on there at the moment. Bit of a pile-up going on there, I think. Thanks, Jazz. Okay, he's getting the frame now. Cheers, Jeff. Yeah, it's only because I got the volume up a bit loud, that's all.
Charlie Lima, calling Echo Italy 0, Canada, London. Yes, reach your final man there, absolutely Q5. I'll give you a report on the next one. Name is Michael, and the location right over on the Atlantic or the west coast of Ireland. Gulf 4 Gulf Papa Lima.
Ireland.
EI0 Charlie Lima.
EI0 Charlie Lima Oscar, was that?
passer au photographe. Ouais. Ouais, oui, là. Ici, je suis même que l'année dernière.
Receiving those red packets from our parents and our relatives, it was, oh, you know, I'm gonna have no pocket money to spend. The person, the elder that gives us the red packet, they give it with a sense of, to say that the
So we've got an AM station there on. We've got an AM station there on 7.208 or thereabouts.
and a lot of care. So I think that culture will always continue for us, and we are certainly pass it down to our next generation. So in essence, we believe that when we reflect on the year past, and look forward to the year that all that must be better for our family values and
I got a bit of interference from that, and I think maybe
next generation what our forefathers have achieved and have done. So it's really also an opportunity for us to teach children what is the Chinese New Year all about.
And you did mention that your mother is vegetarian and
China.
I'm thinking there'll be a lot of cooking of dumplings, making dumplings, which is one of the
Затем китайские последователи Бишена научились делать шрифты из дерева, пола, меди и других материалов.
Очень важно, что печатные дело содействовало широкому распространению книг и грамотности в Китае.
小鹿最骄傲的是它的妈妈，小时候最喜欢伏在妈妈的怀里，最幸福的时间就是生日的时候。
I can even have that in wide, look. They're on 2 frequencies.
Increasing because it draws wicked men, the wicked people, and constant. We want the children to stay children for a longer time and they suffer sports.
Right, someone said 14313, Luigi. So we're going to be in upper sideband for that. There was definitely something there, but it just disappeared off as I pushed the button. Come on, speak some more.
My name is Fred.
Fred. Speak some more, Fred.
Yes, I have your call sign in roleplay. My call sign is Zulu Alpha / Oscar Echo 8 November Delta Romeo. Warren, thank you for coming in. You're 5-8 in Albania.
Albania, look at that.
73, bye-bye for now. Catch you again.
That's good.
Lima Papa, somebody with Lima Papa. Number 1, Sierra Lima Papa. Your prefix, please.
That's a strong station, isn't it? Yeah, well spotted, Luigi.
Roger. Sam in Harbor Grace, greetings. greetings to Canada, Newfoundland. You are here 4 and 5, 4 and 6 in Albania. My name is Fred.
It's Fred from Albania.
Thank you for 3 by 5, 7. Greetings to Canada. Very nice. 73. Mike 3, Alpha Delta Mike.
That's a Scottish station.
10 over 9, very strong signal. Nice to meet you again. Happy New Year.
Can't hear the Scottish station.
You're also very loud here in Albania. Thank you for coming in. Have a nice evening. Thank you for calling. Meet you again soon. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. This is Zulu Alpha / Oscar Echo 8 November. You're listening. Echo Bravo 1 Yankee Kilo.
Sierra Hotel Echo, you're 5 and 9. Get Kilo Bravo 4, Sierra Hotel Echo, 5 and 9. Passenger 73, Lima Zulu 0, Whiskey Romeo Tango Charlie, QRZ. Papa Echo 1, Echo Bravo, is it Charlie Echo 1, Echo Bravo, Quebec?
It's lovely sound coming out of the speaker, isn't it?
Yeah, November 1, India Bravo, Quebec, you're 5 and 9.
Getting down into Morse now. What about 80 meters? That must be livening up now, isn't it? That sounds Irish.
Pictures in there. That bloody hell of a lot, actually. So that'll give me a good steer. Actually, I must do that now. And have a look down through it, because I would have changed my pictures there quite a lot down through the years. And I must have a look at some of the old stations there over.
I can just about hear the other station, but there's a lot of noise on the band. There always is a lot of noise until... You always get a lot of noise. I mean, I've got probably S9 plus a noise there.
You might pay an extra couple £100 for a radio, but it's never going to be that expensive.
news for sale? Well, you said it's page. I thought he said it's page. Stuff. Hang on. KC. Yeah, let me have a look at it now. No, yeah. No, I tell you what, it's very quiet, that page. I'm going to send him an email. Yeah, I'm sure there's stuff come off that page, Tony.
I don't know, I did have a look, and it's still right.
I'm just messing with the attenuator a minute.
Yeah.
That's a strong one on 80 metres anyway.
I did email, he has emailed me once or twice. He replied, and he doesn't like to. He's got a couple of these.
So let's move back into AM and we'll go back into the medium wave, long wave bands a minute. Just see what we've got there. That's fading in and out a lot.
Y por ejemplo, las radiografías especiales que observas, los pobres mueren por carencia de tensión.
El grupo segundo, tenemos en marcha minutos 66 de partido.
So medium waves absolutely ram now.
The supporters, brilliant game of football. Manchester United really playing their part in this game. You know, two teams at the highest level, in great form, coming together. Just a great occasion and thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, quite a match. Rashford made it 1-0 Manchester United and Ketia made it 1-1. Arsenal were in front.
Con el que vamos a completar la jornada.
Era su partido, que no era el...
Absolutely rammed.
Más 13 en el tiempo de descanso con
eso. Bueno, pues también la salud de la población,
Absolutely rammed. Let's go back to Radio 4.
Virginal in your food intake, and it doesn't feel too bland. And I'd also like to bring up the fact that while performing, we sometimes have modern dress, and we sometimes have...
So, Irish, Radio 1, RTE 1.
It's later in life, like maybe around the time of their retirement. Yeah. But if we start, I don't know, let's say start in your 20s. Yeah. There's enough going on when you're a teen.
That's a beacon. I think that's RAF somewhere. RAF. I think that's Newquay. Anybody that can do Morse? Les, where are you? Can you decode that for us? Arby's off. Cheers, Arby. Let's use my Morse code. Morse expert. NQY. There you go, Newquay. So that's Newquay Airport beacon. Well done, Les. And Danish got it as well. Very weak, but oh, that's better. So I wonder if anyone else can get Newquay then, unless you're down this way, probably not. Non-directional beacons. Cheers, Harvey. Catch you soon, mate. Also QSB, yeah. There's, well, on the medium wave, there's loads. Well, QSB, yes, noise. There will be on 80 meters until later on, David. I don't know. I think that's given that a pretty good test, don't you? I think we can safely say that that radio, apart from the feet, is pretty much done. So there we go. There we go. Here we go. Sean's back. Did you miss anything? Yeah, everything, Sean. You missed it all. You missed all of it. So we've got to do something for Sean's giveaway here. So we've got the man cave giveaway. Don't forget. So what we're going to do, being that he's decided to join us again now, so we've got to give these away. Shall we do it as a keyword in this video? And so you can see I've been using these on this radio all day, so it is really useful if you're doing any videos, or even if you're just listening to your shortwave receiver. You can prop it up at a bit of a better angle with these. Graham, use that when I hear more. So you got Death Valley. These are for holding up sets. You'll notice that I've got this radio here propped up on them. If I go back to my main camera again and come down, you'll see that I've got them propping this setup. Look. So they're just stepped blocks that you can put to prop stuff up. So they are really useful. I mean, Sean uses them, I use them. So yeah, we've got a pair of these to give away to somebody. So what should we have as the what should we have as the giveaway word? Should we put cavey in there, or caveman? He is a caveman. He is. So what should we put? They're handmade. Sean's mate makes them, and they're really good. NASA quality. Yeah, I'll say they're handmade. They are really, really useful. I'll say I use them all the time for filming, so I wouldn't be without them. Cheers, Chris. Greetings to you as well, mate. As I say, I will get those things. You watch the football? You've been around at Leeds? Oh, you saved the message to the phone, David? No worries. So I think, let's have a think about what we can put in here. I think we need to enter something in this video, don't we? So we want the keyword. What do we want the keyword to be? Caveman? Caveman, I reckon. He is a caveman. Keyword can be just all lowercase. I think that's right. So if you put the keyword caveman in the comments section of this video when it uploads, you might be able to comment now, but not in the chat. In the no beacons here. Oh, no beacons there. What the hell you meant then, Rob? Put the word caveman in the comments section of this video, and you can be in with a chance to win those blocks. I mean, they do pack up quite small, so we can send them fairly reasonably, I think, anywhere really, can't we, Sean? So they pack up to quite a small size, and that's in my hand, so they're not huge. I don't think they'll get them through your letterbox. Well, they would do if I packed them like that. They would probably go through your letterbox, wouldn't they? If I packed them like that, they might go through the letterbox, but it's going to be a small parcel size, I would assume. So there you are. If you want to win those, then put the keyword caveman in today's video. And obviously, it'd be good if you were to subscribe to Sean, the Man Cave Workshop. I'm sure most of you already are. But if you're not, then please do. It's not a criteria of the giveaway, but it would be nice being that Sean has very generously given me these to give away. So there we go. Keyword caveman. Goo gone. Have you all got that? And shall we draw that next week? Sean, what do you think? Next week or the week after? Smell them. Has he burnt them, Sean, to give them that black? Has he just hit them with a blow lamp or something to give them the black finish? Do smell like nice wood. It's decent plywood anyway. .2 centimeters high, is it? Let's have a look then. They will only go in one way, won't they? So you'd have to go that way in the letterbox. That's my letterbox is bigger than that. It looks like about 47 mil that way. And then it's about 80 mil that way. Or if you put them together in the other configuration like that, they're 60 square mil. Oh, the CNC machine, Sean, right? So that's burn marks from the tool. So that's burn marks from the CNC machine then, basically, because I can smell burnt on it. I'm sniffing wood live on YouTube. The live YouTube wood sniffer. So there you are. let's give those away. When are we doing it, Sean? Are we doing it next Sunday? I don't know if I'm going to be here next Sunday though. I've got hospital next Sunday, so I'm not sure if I'm going to be up to doing a live stream or not. So next Sunday's a bit touch and go. So we'll do it for a couple weeks' time, I think, on the Sunday, provided I should be okay. But we'll do them from a couple weeks' time, shall we? So I'll put the details in the description of this video anyway for those that want to enter. So just put the keyword caveman in this video and you'll be in with a chance of winning it. So there we are. Let's get rid of that. That's it for today then, people. I hope you've enjoyed that. It's been a good bit of fun. And thanks again for all the super chats and tips. Much appreciated. And for our new channel member, which was Rob Head, joined live. So cheers, Rob. I'm sure you'll appreciate it. Already a Patreon, but I think most of my patrons are also my channel members. So thank you very much, everybody, for helping out. So there we are, people. I'll catch you hopefully next Sunday, but I can't be certain, but I'm hoping for next Sunday. So have a good one. I hope you've enjoyed that today. Feel free to leave a comment, give it the thumbs up if you liked it, and I'll see you again soon. Bye for now.